Thanks.
For gender is a reality when it comes to climate change. The environment, we can know that when disasters do happen, women are really affected during a disaster, and so it is important that we mainstream gender in everything about the environment, so that there's a lot of concentrations related to women apart from men in terms of disasters. Sorry, I have finished off working with the Ministry of Finance. I'm currently the permanent secretary responsible for disaster in the Ministry of Rural Development. That's why I've been invited with my director. We are here, and I'm very happy to say that for Fiji, we have really experienced that when it comes to disaster, women as a group are really affected. They are really affected. So the concentrations for balancing that off is very, very important for us this morning. Vinaka.
Thank you. Thank you. Just to follow up on that, can I ask about data in particular? Because we're very interested in data here. And how can better data be used as a tool to drive change, in your view?
Yes, that's a very good question. Data is very, very important to prove what we want to promote. In Fiji, for example, about 25,000 people pushed into poverty from disasters. Women represents 88%.
Whether it's action of more ambition. Data on finance is lacking, on climate finance provision per se. So what we actually see as challenges is really the intersection of a lack of specified and detailed enough climate finance data coupled with the lack of specified and detailed enough gender data. And so it is really crucially important that we, in going ahead, try to improve the data availability of gender responsive climate finance, how we account for it. And this means particularly looking at the provision both at the national level for domestic finance, but also at the international level at climate finance that is provided. And there I would point out again the importance particularly of public finance. I know we talk about a lot about private sector finance, but we also know that for a lot of the action that is actually gender transformative, it is important to focus on some core provision, for example, social support services and other issues that are not necessarily having a return on investment. So a core public finance provision is important, the core data about where that finance goes, who benefits from it, and also who has agency in making decisions about finance. And again, this is very much at the core of the gender and climate finance data access, interaction, and also the lack of some of that information that is available. Thank you.
I'm doing this. I'm going to do this every time. By the time we finish the session, I'll have got used to it. Sorry about that. Thank you very much. Right, I'm going to move on now to Aishka Najib, who is a climate justice activist at Fridays for Future, MAPA. She's a climate justice activist here and organizer here in the UAE, and also she is a UNICEF youth advocate. So from your point of view, when we talk about the nexus of gender and environment, when we talk about the need for data, when we talk about all of this in the context of COP28 happening here in UAE, what does that make you think?
Thank you so much for the question. I think first it's important for all of us to understand that the climate crisis was fueled in a very unequal world. What that means is that because it was fueled in an unequal world, the impacts of the climate crisis will only exacerbate these systemic oppressions. And some of the populations whose lives are being controlled by these systemic oppression are young women and girls. And they need to be at the heart of the decision making. A lot of times we are seen as beneficiaries of service. We are seen as beneficiaries of these data that is being published. But have anyone in this room wondered how many feminist organizations exist, including in the MENA region, who are leading innovative solutions that is centered in community and grassroots principles, collecting data, information that will pioneer transition into a climate just world. But the way that we give these feminist organizations the power, the finance, the resources, and the platform to share the findings that they have achieved is very rare. And for COP28, I would like to share that under the guidance of the Women and Gender Constituency, we have launched a task force, the MENA Feminist Task Force. And so this year, you will see really powerful, strong women, young women and girls from the MENA region who will walk into the Conference of Parties with a demands document that we have prepared ahead of COP28. And what we seek is that you all give us your solidarity, your support as friends and colleagues, as people who have shared visions and goals around the gender and environment nexus, to stand with the MENA Feminist Task Force and listen to what we have to deliver from the region in terms of innovative solutions.
Excellent. Thank you very much. That sounds like a really interesting initiative. And in fact, actually, would you like to just expand on that a bit? Where did that come from? What exactly are you going to do with it here at COP? And what do you hope will be the outcome by the end of COP? Go ahead.
Yes, for sure. So last year at COP27, with the COP taking place in Africa, the Women and Gender Constituency launched the African Feminist Task Force. We wanted to carry on the legacy of the African Feminist Task Force and then regrouped with organizations, feminist organizations from the MENA region in regards to the COP taking place in the MENA region to form the MENA Feminist Task Force. We first had our big launch at the SP58 in Bonn with a side event where there was a passing of the torch from the African Feminist Task Force to the MENA Feminist Task Force. And we have held several events at the Climate Justice Camp in Lebanon, to the MENA Climate Week in Riyadh, to group together and bring in critical issues that is happening in the region in terms of challenges as well as solutions from the region. And that's why ahead of COP28, we had a launch event that was facilitated with the guidance of the Women and Gender Constituency to share our demands document that highlights 6 key demands that runs from adaptation mitigation, climate finance, to just transition and meaningful representation of women, young women and girls in all our diversity in decision-making processes. So during COP28, we will have several events, including a press conference by the Feminist Task Force, and we will be having several advocacy moments to highlight our key demands.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. And we've been promised that this would be the most inclusive COP ever. Are you finding that?
I think it's yet to see. So far, it has been quite inclusive and meaningful. You know, this is actually quite a tricky question if I can answer it very honestly from heart. Being a young person who has started climate activism and organizing work since the age of 14 and I'm 21, being engaging in these conferences, a lot of time when I walk into rooms, there are people who ask me, how many more slots do you need? Can't you see all of the young people that, we have open slots for? Can't you see how many young people are in the room? But what we forget is it's not always about how many, but it's about how much. How much power do we have with each of those slots? How much power do we have to engage? How much power do we have to make sure that our demands will be integrated into the decision texts? That is what's forgotten. So I hope to see, with all the conversation that's happening on how many, at COP we deliver how much power can be guaranteed back to young women and girls. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Excellent. Thank you. Now, when we talk about empowerment and when we talk about, making a difference here, we really do need data as the bedrock of that. And Laura, I was interested in what you said about the patchiness of data that we have. Could you just elaborate a little bit on that, and then perhaps we could see if, as a panel, we could think of ways to fix that? Thanks.
Yeah, sure. So what I was saying before was that, when I was thinking about my comments for this panel, in a way I was kind of surprised that the gender-based violence data is where we have, I think, a little bit more more data, patchy though that is, because then when I was looking at issues around, for example, the impact of disasters on women, we often hear that women are much more likely to die in disasters, but actually the data we have available is quite limited to kind of prove that. I mean, I think what we think is that because women have less access to education and information, that when a disaster strikes, they may be less able to, escape and so on. Actually, I mean, I think that's probably true, but we don't have the disaggregated disasters data to be able to say that for sure. And some of the data we have from the Global North, for example, is that actually mortality rates tend to be higher for men because they tend to be overrepresented in rescue professions. So I think it's also important to remember that, when we think about the gender-environment nexus, that there may also be areas where men are disproportionately affected compared to women. And there's this thing, Sarah and I were talking about it last night, there's a sort of zombie statistic on disasters, that women are 14 times more likely to die in disasters than men. And I think that's now been tracked back to one big disaster that happened in Bangladesh in the 1970s. But obviously that cannot be generalized to all disasters. And in that case, I think one of the solutions is to ensure that the data that is collected on disasters is sex disaggregated. That's maybe one of the more simple solutions. But I think the other thing that's really important to think about in terms of disasters is, and gender and climate change data more generally, I mean, I think sometimes we look for these big kind of headline figures, but actually the really important and interesting stuff is in the nuance and the granularity and the detail. So for example, in the aftermath of disasters, you may find that women are doing much more unpaid care work because family members are injured, because they're doing a lot of unpaid care work as part of the recovery. It's really important to capture that. We find that in weather-related disasters, men may lose big assets which affect their livelihoods, and that might be recorded in the sort of post-disaster data collection and therefore influence the policies for recovery. But women may lose a sewing machine or a cooking pot, which actually might be the basis of their livelihood too, but that's not counted. And so then their needs are not reflected in the recovery process. So I think we see discrimination, or if you like, gender inequality is reflected in the impacts of climate change, but then it's reinforced when policies don't take account of those gender inequalities. So we sort of see a double issue there. I could say more, but
That's absolutely fascinating, actually, because I mean that's hugely important. But yeah, very easy for standard methods of sort of collecting data on disasters to just miss that entirely. So we need to overhaul the way we look at data, the way we collect data. I'm going to bring you in, Isoa, at this point to get a view from Fiji on this. When we're looking at that sort of data collection and so on, how do you do that?
As I was sharing earlier, that 88% of our market vendors are women in Fiji. So in 2016, so these women suffered a lot of, a lot of losses. They almost lost everything. So how can data be harnessed as a force for change? Firstly, it enables us, from that stats, it enables us to craft targeted and gender-responsive policies that address the unique vulnerabilities faced by women and men in the Pacific. By understanding the gender effects of climate change, we can design interventions that are not only effective but also equitable, ensuring that no one is left behind. 90% of Fijians live in the coastal areas, and in these areas, mostly women rely on fishing and handicrafts. So it's very important to understand this as any damage to coastal habitats increases food insecurity as women are unable to fish or collect raw materials for their handicrafts. So moreover, this data plays a pivotal role in disaster risk reduction and mitigation efforts. Armed with a comprehensive understanding of the gender impacts, we can develop early warning systems that cater to the specific needs of both genders.
That's very useful. And do you think that this discussion of the need to have a sort of gendered viewpoint when you look at the impacts of disasters, do you think that that is making its way into the discussions we're having at COP28 about loss and damage? Is that happening? Are those conversations happening?
I believe it should happen, and it must happen. We, as a group, we must force the committee that looks after COP that this thing needs to happen. We must see the discussions at the highest level concerning data sets for gender. Vinaka.
Thank you very much. Leanne, I'd like to bring this back to you because you were talking about the lack of data that we have on, for instance, climate finance, where climate finance is spent, that lack of transparency and accountability there. But is there not also a lack of data telling us where we need to concentrate our climate finance, where would most benefit from it? And also, you know, when we look at money that has been spent, where has it been most effective and what can we learn from that and how can we apply a gender lens to that? Could you address that, please?
Thank you very much. Those are very important and intricate questions. Not quite sure I'm going to do justice to all of them. But I think, so there are several sides to the climate finance and gender-related discussion. One is obviously the data about provision. And this is, again, if you're talking about public climate finance, we would see it as an obligation of developed country as a matter of climate justice to support developing countries. And so developed countries usually report on the finance they provide and on the private sector money that mobilize it, including through their own reporting systems. And one of them is, for example, the OECD DAC, which has the Rio markers for climate finance. It also has a gender marker. And so there is some confluence, a little bit of tracking how much of the gender relevant development finance is actually also, climate relevant finance is also gender relevant. But because the granularity is not there, this means we are getting just very approximate numbers, right? So countries basically report on whether they think their climate finance is significant or principal. They report whether their gender action is significant or principal. So you can end up with relatively high numbers that are claiming that there is some significance of climate in your finance provision and there is some significance of gender in your finance provision, but without actually going to the heart of whether this is the core focus and whether that finance actually goes to where it's needed. The same token is when you're looking, for example, at climate financing instruments or climate funds. Lots of them have gender policies. Almost all of them now require that you have a gender analysis or a gender action plan. But very surprisingly, there is not a lot of tracking of how much money actually is targeted towards, women's empowerment or diverse gender groups, or even how much money, quote unquote, is put aside, to the extent that it is, and not always, and it isn't always, put aside to implement actions under the Gender Action Plan. Not to mention that we have many, many instances where that is really treated as an add-on, right, where you put a pitiful small amount into a Gender Action Plan, while the real action happens without a gender focus. And again, it's not accounted. Likewise, we are still not accounting how much finance is actually arriving at the local level. Although we know that, for example, for adaptation, locally led adaptation, is one of the best ways to ensure participatory, human rights-centered implementation that is responding to the needs and priorities of local groups, including women's groups, right? So, I mean, there is actually quite a bit that unfortunately we don't know, but we know, and that would be one of the points that I do want to make, maybe counterintuitively, since this is a conference about gender and data. The absence of data is really no excuse not to act, because we all know what needs to be done from a human rights perspective, what needs to be done from a gender equality perspective. And unfortunately, while I think it's very important to have more data and increase the granularity of the data that is provided, and Laura pointed it out very, very strongly, it cannot be used as an excuse, the absence of data, not to have actions. Again, we know what approaches work. We know that devolved climate finance works. We know that climate finance, where actually affected groups can set the priorities for what it's going to be used to work. We know that the provision of small grants finance works particularly well for local groups if you reduce the bureaucratic burden of the finance you provide. All of that we know. And again, we could reinforce that if we had more data, but not having the data is not an excuse not to improve or not to expand such approaches.
That's a very good point, actually. Yeah, because we can get carried away here, can't we, and focus too much on data and not get that key point that actually, if you don't have the data, don't make assumptions. In terms of trying to address getting more data, is it just a question of better collection, or is there something standing in the way of that? What's going on there?
I think part of it is certainly collection. I think there are lots of missed opportunities for creating some of the data that we are still missing, and particularly in finance climate action. Again, as I pointed out, you need to put some money in, obviously, to generate some data, but you should, for example, if you're doing a gender analysis of a project before implementation, you should not just rely on a desk study, to the extent that a desk study is available, but actually engage with groups, the desired beneficiaries of such an action on the ground, and that actually would help in creating data. We need to, again, put money aside for the data creation, but also for monitoring and evaluation, and I think this is crucially important, right? So, for example, when you look, and they did an assessment in the Green Climate Fund, which is the largest multilateral climate fund, how many of the activities there actually had baseline data, and a lot of them didn't. So if you're not having baseline data, including gender differentiated, and when I mean gender differentiated, I mean not binary, only men and women, but it also means looking at diverse gender groups and looking at the intersectionality of gender, and how that affects different groups in rural, in terms of their economic status, indigeneity, age, As I'm getting older myself, I'm certainly not one of the young champions anymore, but I'm an older champion. And so I'm looking how age, for example, affects, how you are treated, what access you have, what opportunities you have. And again, that is absolutely needed, that you develop those baseline data, and that it's core to knowing actually whether an implemented climate action can be gender responsive, whether it has sustainability in the sense that it actually has an effect beyond the implementation time, right? That you don't know if you cannot compare what is your starting point with where you are ending up after you spend the money, after you have the action, and for that you need data.
Thank you very much for that. And Ashka, I'm going to bring you in at this point because quite often as well, we can find it hard to get data about young people and young people's experiences, and to get young people involved in this issue. So what's your advice, and how do you go about getting the data on young people?
I actually also want to add this from a very regional perspective as part of the MENA Feminist Task Force. And as I was sharing, we launched the demands document, and one of the major focus areas in that demands document is data, is a gap that exists in the data sphere. And that's also because in the MENA region, according to the Global Gender Gap Report, the MENA region, it has the highest gender inequality gap, with only 60% of progress in terms of gender parity. And that means if we continue to go down the current path, it will take us 142 years to close this gender gap in the MENA region. What does this 142 years mean? It means that every 11 minutes, there will be a femicide that happens. Every hour, there will be 5 or more women and girls that will be impacted by gender-based violence, by intimate partner violence. It means that millions of young women and girls will be out of schools, out of education system, that we won't be able to access healthcare. And these situations will be triggered by the climate disasters. And that is why, as young women and girls, we have been demanding that we put enough finance, resources, and mobilizing and advocacy to derive the data, especially region-specific data, so that we can work towards eliminating the gender inequality gap. And so, as a MENA Feminist demands, we prioritize that climate research is included, analysis is included, context and local specific best practices are integrated to inform decisions and create progress measurements. And we also call for increased transparency on climate-related data. That's what's not happening. We have so much data, but how do we make sure that it is accessible, that it is inclusive, that it goes back to the communities where these data was derived from? How do we use the data at the end of the day? What's the point if we have so much data but we don't know how to use it, right? And as young women and girls, we want the capacity building on how we can take that data and use the advocacy to build on solutions. Also, I don't want to sit here and, ignore the fact that the current methodology and structures that exist to derive data is very much extractivist and very much colonial. We need to figure out feminist methodologies and practices involving non-extractive methods that includes consent, that includes co-ownership, co-creation and agency of grassroots and communities to create that data and use that data. If I am to, apply the feminist methodology in categorizing data, we can go from level 0 to level 10. A level 0 would be no engagement of the communities where this data is being researched from. There will be no transparency. There is no ethical consultation, does not guarantee holistic safety, and does not guarantee any compensatory methods for this creation of data. But if I am to take a level 10, that would mean from the basic, that is the commissioning organization that is collecting the data, is fully inclusive with proportional representation of communities it works with at every level. It means that the staff are fully employed with accessibility and inclusion embedded in every aspect of their work. There are safeguards in place. Holistic safety and security is guaranteed to those who are collecting the data and those who are giving the information. And at the same time, there is compensation, accessibility, and inclusivity included throughout the process. That would be a level 10. If we are to use this scale of feminist methodology, right now, several global processes that exist on collecting data is at a solid -14. And I want to be very honest with you. This information, this knowledge and data that is extracted from us is the same knowledge and information that is being used to induce targeted attacks and violence against environmental defenders, especially women and girls environmental defenders who are at the front lines of this crisis, are having their bodies turned into sacrifice zones. So how are we going to ensure that the data, those who give the data, are safeguarded throughout the process? How are we going to ensure that the information goes back to the grassroots and they are empowered, that their livelihoods are guaranteed, that they are no longer at the battlefields? This is what is missing, and I hope that throughout the 2 days, we remind ourselves. And sometimes we encourage ourselves to sit at the discomfort of all the follow-up questions that it will bring us. And only then will we be able to close this gap that exists.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. That's a very powerful intervention there. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Brilliant. Right, I'm going to give an opportunity for people to ask some questions from the hall. I can see a hand up here, and if you've got a hand there, I can see a hand up here as well.
Sorry, let me explain because I didn't explain how the
You need to turn the microphone on.
Apologies, I forgot to explain how this works, but if you have questions, all you have to do is to press the button in front of you in your microphone, and then your number will appear on the screen, so we can know who are the numbers that press the button first, and then Fiona can ask people to, number 16 or number 20 or whatever it is. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. This is so much more effective. So, yep. Have you come up first?
25 and 38.
Right, there we go. I can't see that.
25, 38, and 102.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. It's like being a bingo caller. Right, 25. We'll take you 25 first. Where are you, 25?
Thank you very much.
Oh, there we go. Hi. Sorry about that. Please ask your question. And may I just say, actually, before you ask your question, with this session, you don't have to be asking a question. You could just make a statement or an intervention or a comment. That's fine as well. Don't feel that you need to kind of twist it and squeeze it to be a question. You can just make a comment. Go ahead, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Fatu Ndegi from the African Group of Negotiators. And I would like to know, since we are talking about gender here, what do we regard gender? Are we referring to men and women? Or are we just concentrating on women and girls? It's important because if we need to make decisions, we need to know where we are coming from, and that will help us to go where we are going. So that was a question to me. And we are talking about gender inequalities. In another way, I will see it as gender equality. For me, gender equality would mean in this room we are sitting, we should have 50 women and 50 men in this room. And if those 50 women and men, they should have equal qualifications. If they should be all, if one is BSc, the other one would be BSc. If one is PhD, the other one would be PhD. I mean, you'll guide me afterwards, but just to be within the conversation, I wish you also to understand where I'm coming from. Because if there are no the definitions that one can interpret in any way. And important things for us: leverage women representation, addressing gender inequality, green economy, blue economy. We are seeing all those. And the potential linkages of whoever is dealing with gender. I think with the activities of the GAP, like there are ongoing activities up to COP30, but COP29 would decide on the final activities of what should be included in the next GAP. That will be the final review of the GAP. And I think that it is important for this group to understand that. And these activities are supposed to be led by so many institutions, having the lead, of course, parties and international organizations and the Secretariat of the UNFCCC and other partners, both at the international, national, and the local levels. So I think whatever we do, we go back to those activities, because right now we don't have any negotiations on gender apart from the dialogues and the workshops that we have up to COP30. So we shouldn't ignore the fact that there are others. And I have seen that we are putting in new words like ethnicity, gender. Ethnicity, I don't know what it means, because in our countries we have tribes. And I don't know whether ethnicity means tribes or something else. So to talk on this, we need to understand and gender stereotypes. Then unpaid jobs, unpaid job, what is this and why is it happening? We should know the reason. These reasons will help us to do corrective measures instead of corrections. So we need to go to the root cause. That is why I am happy that this data collection is mentioned. And I agree with my EU friend and the climate justice person next to her. I don't know whether they are communicating, because it seems that they are doing well. And for the developed countries, considering ODA and the OECD, do they have disaggregated data on the financing of gender? I mean the females. If they give 50,000, how much of that 50,000 is used for women at the level, at the national level, at the local level, at the grassroots communities level, the intention? And when it comes to funding national gender focal points, we're here talking about gender, and we have national gender focal points who are not funded, but there are opportunities like UNDP, UNEP, all other IGOs, NGOs, who could, in this area, come in and intervene. Because there is no sustainable funding for gender for gender focal points. And this is where we are discussing gender activities in the UNFCCC process. That is the multilateral process. So at the bilateral level, we can consider, if bilateral level should consider funding gender focal points, it is also within the multilateral system because it is to come into the UNFCCC process. And there's concern for early marriages and girls not going to school. I go back to courses. Why do we have early marriages? And why do we don't allow our female children to go to school? There are very candid reasons. Does the data collection go into that depth to find out? As implied by the climate justice person. And the data extraction, outdated, and it's not proportional to representation. I agree with that very much. And the relationship between data collectors and data providers is important. Because whoever gives data, it does not mean that that data is accurate. There should be a further line up on that data. Environmental defenders should be protected. I agree with all that. I don't know whether I have put in a question or I'm just talking or whatever it is, but this is what I had in mind. And yeah.
That's brilliant. I think we've heard you. Thank you very much indeed. That's an excellent intervention. I think that's been very important. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. I had number 38. Yes, hello. Let's hear from you, please. Thank you.
Very much. Allow me to add to Aishka's point of what does feminist principles concerns us? What is one other feminist principle I would want to add, just in case we want to go to point 10, and that is that community-driven data. It is not just about us professionals who went to school, trained how to do research, that know how to collect data. And so, first, the use of the data, first of all, making sure that we are respecting and we are using the data that community do hold today. And a lot of these grassroots women in their households, in the community, they have massive amount of data. But because of the politics of data and the commercialization of data, we have refused completely to use the data the community hold. And we have significant experience since the HIV and AIDS impact in Africa. It was the community, particularly the community health workers, that demonstrated to us the double counting that was happening in Africa when people were counting how many people they were, how many orphans they were paying for in school, how much ARV was being provided. The community knew and they counted, and they knew there was so much double counting and therefore wasting of resources. So if we start to say one of the primary principles is first of all talking about that data that the community have. Then the second thing is how do we also invest in the capacity of those communities to be able to use effectively the data they have. And then also emulating some of the government. I'm very proud of my government today, the Kenya government, that they have now realized how to integrate community-driven data in the national statistic. And I think that is what we must be open to and reduce the amount of politics of data that we have. Because we need to come to a point we ask, is data for what? To get us where? And if for sure the data that we want to collect and use is really to advance the rights and the lives of the people living in poverty, we will not have any politics on where the data is. If we seated with the people living in the households, we'll be used to use it. And we will get enough money to support these communities, like Ashka said, to help them do proper advocacy, proper surfacing of the situations in their communities. But more than that also, I think we have to have kind of a scaling on which is the data that we are looking for in terms of sectors. Because there are places we have data, there are places we don't have data. We can say we have a lot of data, yes, but there are places right now, either we have data and we do not want to surface it. I come from the sector of securing women's land rights. It's a very political ecosystem. If you start to ask who has access, control, ownership of land and natural resources, we see very few agencies interested in investing there because the politics is huge. And this is an area as gender experts, we need to push a little further because without understanding the amount of data we need and the situation on control and ownership of land and natural resources, climate crisis will sustain and increase even as we continue to have mini COPs. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. We've got... Sorry? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. We've got number 102. Where are you, 102? Yes, hello. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Estamora, that was well said. My name is Raidan Al-Saqaf, I'm from Yemen, and I'm the economist at the UN Resident Coordinator Office here in the UAE. So as an economist, I follow the money, and I listened carefully to what Leanne said. And my question is that we have, for example, the Green Climate Fund. And the Green Climate Fund has gender action plans and assessments and what. Do they work? Do they make an impact? Do we see a real result coming out of that? Because that's the key issue. I mean, we've had the same discussion in the humanitarian response framework with the gender and age marker and other matters. And we still don't see clear evidence in terms of the results of gender equality. And I'm saying this because the last conference I attended on environment and data was actually mainly men. And it discussed hard issues like water infrastructure, energy, and all those issues. Yeah, quote unquote, sure. And we want to see more of a holistic approach. And I applaud those who've thought about this as a conference and having this conversation.
Thank you.
My last thing, please. Okay. Something that Laura said actually troubled me in terms of the gender inequality of risks and what we know and what we do not know. And I'm under the impression that we know enough to take action. Maybe there are some gaps, but if there are some key elements, or maybe I misunderstood what you're referring to, is that the evidence is clear and it's quite certain. And what Aishka mentioned in terms of the improvements that we can have, I mean, we do have first of all, you're very inspiring. Thank you very much for your words. The global stocktake just concluded, or is concluding now. How can we take the global stocktake one step further in the 10-stage or 11-stage marker? Any thoughts on that? Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for that question. That's great. Now, we've got someone at the back who doesn't have a button who's going to use the roving mic here. Yeah?
Okay. Hello. I have a community partner that will speak in Bahasa Malaysia. She's indigenous, and I will translate.
Okay, hai, nama saya Diana. Saya dari suku kaum Jakun di Rompen Pahang. So, soalan saya adalah mengenai pengambilan data dan maklumat dari komuniti, iaitu golongan wanita dan juga belia wanita lah. So, macam mana data ni akan dikutip untuk dibawa ke peringkat antarabangsa, sebab mengikut pengalaman saya, proses untuk mengambil data tu sangat susah. Sebab pengalaman saya kena duduk dengan komuniti, baru saya boleh hasilkan data yang boleh dikatakan tepat, dan itu adalah realiti yang berlaku dalam kalangan komuniti lah. Tapi banyak juga cabaran yang dihadapi, iaitu ada pihak yang mengatakan maklumat tu adalah tidak sah ataupun hanya macam pandangan mata komuniti. So macam komuniti tak tahu apa yang dia sedang cakap. So itu cabaran yang saya rasa sangat susah lah sebab sepatutnya data ni membantu kepada komuniti dan komuniti perlu dapat hasil daripada data yang mereka tuliskan tu, yang mereka kutip. Sebab saya percaya yang tanpa ni semua, tanpa suara daripada kolektif komuniti, takkan ada apa-apa proses yang dapat membantu mereka untuk dibentangkan peringkat antarabangsa.
I just direct translate. My name is Diana Tan. I'm from the indigenous community in Peninsular Malaysia, the Jakun tribe. I am 24 years old. I've been collecting data for my community, and this particular session is talking about how data is being collected, how important data is. So there are a lot of challenges being a young person, a young feminist, indigenous woman, doing data collection on the ground. But one of the few challenges definitely are the amount of time being taken to take the data. For example, Diana has taken a few years' time sitting, living with different communities just to collect data, because you need to gain trust, you need to understand community dynamics, etc., etc. And there's also the issue of how data is being included in international data or consensus or statistics. In a matter of many of these data is being collected by third parties, and how do you actually verify these data that these are actually the things that are happening on the ground? So she mentioned again that data is really critical in the sense that how it's being collected, how it brings back the benefit, because some of the communities are having fatigue of people coming in, people doing data collection, but no impact in a timely manner. So that is the sharing from Diana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that intervention there. That's great. Thank you. I'm going to go to number 16 now, and then we've got two more interventions, and then I'll take them to our panellists, because we've got a bit of extra time because this session started a little bit late, but still we've got to keep moving on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Lorena Aguilar. I'm the Executive Director of the Kashak Institute, but I'm also from Costa Rica and from Latin America, the region in the world in which more environmental defenders are killed than any other region in the world. So I really agree with what Aishka was saying about a feminist ethic in the recollection of data. By whom, for what, and who defines how data needs to be collected. And I think that one of the efforts that the Kashak Institute with IUCN and UN Women were trying to do is to build this scorecard. And one of the things that is very important is that this scorecard is going to be defined in virtual processes. What are the criteria that we want to conduct? And this is essential because it has to have a reason, and it has to have sometimes a lot of processes for collecting gender data are designed in developed worlds without taking into account what is a risk for us that are fighting for our environment. So in that sense, I can ask my colleague from UN Women to talk a little bit more about this consultation process that we want to conduct to build a scorecard that is also safe for those that are going to be, the data that we're going to be collecting from. Thank you.
That's a great question. Thank you. And we'll get an answer on that front for you shortly. Thank you. I've got number 40, and after that I'll take number 43, and then I think we're done with questions. I'll put them to our panel. 40.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Thank you for bearing with me. My name is Sally Dykerman. I'm a senior researcher with IPAS, and I focus on the intersection of the climate crisis and the impacts on sexual and reproductive health and rights. I'm also a member of the Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights and Climate Justice Coalition. And I just wanted to share a few. I wanted to thank Aishka for highlighting the extractive nature and history of research. And I just wanted to share a few challenges to build on that thought, that as a researcher in this area that I personally experience and see my partners in local and indigenous communities, the challenges that they're experiencing when trying to produce data. One of them is the lack of research funding that is available that has, first of all, that prioritizes feminist methodologies, participatory methodologies, without restrictions on who is even allowed to apply for that. I mean, a lot of these fundraising opportunity, or these fund opportunities are limited to people with PhDs, or, you know, and knowledge and the skill for collecting data, research skill sets are not limited to the ivory tower or the West. And so I think that's one challenge that would be nice for us to talk more about. Another one is dissemination. You know, we typically, as researchers, are expected to publish in reputable peer-reviewed journals, which are often also based in Western countries, as you saw in a lot of the desk review of research on this topic. And one of the things is, as an emerging area of research, there's a lack of expert peer reviewers as well. So there's also a lot of challenges, even just getting the data out there in terms of the lengthy peer review process. So I'm a strong proponent of gray literature and non-traditional dissemination of research findings, and would love to learn about how JEDA is supporting grassroots organizations and local communities to bridge that gap in dissemination and find non-traditional ways of dissemination that are effective. Yeah, so just sharing. Thank you.
That's very helpful. Thank you very much. And I'll ask our panelists to respond to that for you in a moment. Number 43, it's your turn.
Now? Okay. My name is Maria Jose Lubertino from Argentina. I also belong to the Ecofeminist Latin American and Caribbean Network, and I have some questions. How to be part of the Gender and Environment Alliance, and what's the relation of this alliance with the Generation Equality Group? And also, 2 comments. I am also a researcher in climatic migrations, climatic and disasters, displacement, and we have data that shows that are women in the territories who collect information about the disasters and the people dying on account of agrotoxics or the effects of illness in the communities, about pollution. And we have to put in data not only the data about the results, but also who is collecting and the gender of who is collecting the data, because I think there are differences in the way of collecting, not only collective ways of, not only collective mood of doing that, but also a different perspective in this collection of data. And also I want to be in touch with the MENA task force, because I think that we have to take advantage of the experience of African task force and the MENA task force to organize the COP when it came to Latin America and Caribbean, and we want to organize, I am sure we want to organize a Latin American and Caribbean task force for the COP in Brazil. Thank you.
That's a wonderful idea, and you heard it here first. Excellent. Thank you very much for that. Thank you, and thank you for your questions. Right, I'm going to put those questions to our panelists. Don't feel, panelists, that you need to answer, that you each need to answer every one of those questions, because there was a lot there, and quite a lot of what was said there I think we can take as statements. We don't need to address each of those specifically. But there were some questions there, including this question of the challenges of data collection, including these questions of, does it actually work when we collect the data, including these questions of the lack of balance in the developed and developing world, and the question, of course, of who is collecting the data. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take you in the same order that we did to begin with, so you can give your questions and your final comments now. So Aisoa, I'll come to you first. Perhaps you'd like to address in particular this question of does this data collection and data delivery, does it even work when we do it? Thanks.
I believe it all depends on the government, on how they drive this exercise. For example, in Fiji, 1.5 years ago, the government does not want to segregate gender data and ethnicity. So it became problematic. And when the new government comes in, because these data sets are already available, so it depends on the government on what kind of policy it wants to drive in terms of making good decisions. So I guess to answer that question, all relies on the government, on how it drives the type of data sets, especially on gender, because most of these data sets are already available. So once that is guaranteed, once that is pushed from the top, we can see that this can be materialized on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. Thank you. Laura, it's your turn next.
Thanks so much. Yeah, lots of really interesting questions, and I think Aishka has sort of opened up a sort of floodgate of interventions around the need for, much more bottom-up approaches, much more participatory approaches, and I think I like the way you put it around, ensuring that research isn't extractive. And in the end, I think if we don't, I think one of the big focuses of the Women Count programme has been really about data use. Like, we can generate data and data and data, but how is it actually being used to kind of bring about change? I just wanted to very quickly respond to the question about do we have enough data to act, and I think Leanne was very clear on this, and I would completely agree. We do have enough data to act, but I don't think that means that we can't try to generate more evidence. I think, as many feminists have probably experienced, we're often told, well, we can't do anything because we don't have the data, and then you provide the data, and it turns out there's another reason why we can't do something. So, I think obviously there's kind of resistance and backlash, everywhere. But I think one of the ways in which, and this goes to the question about root causes and issues around, why are we still seeing high rates of child marriage and so on, I think using mixed methods, qualitative and quantitative, can really help to, you get the quantitative data, but then the qualitative analysis enables you to look at why are we seeing what we're seeing. And I think that's the kind of data, so I think we need to be privileging not only quantitative data, but also qualitative. And as Lorena said, I think an area that's very ripe for this kind of mixed methods approach is really looking at policies on gender and climate change. So up until now, I think a lot of the analysis on policies on gender and climate change have focused on, the number of mentions of gender equality within, key policy documents like the nationally determined contributions. But we don't really have any idea whether those mentions are then taken into the policy framework and then whether they're actually implemented on the ground. So I think the scorecard, the Gender Equality and Climate Scorecard that Lorena mentioned, aims to kind of build on existing efforts to really look at, our policies, being fully implemented. And I think a sort of a bottom-up approach is going to be necessary to really assess that. Can I say one other thing? One more. The other thing I just wanted to highlight was a really interesting initiative that we researched a little bit from Brazil, which was women who were implementing agroecology, sort of agricultural techniques, which is a very sort of ecologically sound agricultural approach. Many of these women were doing the work unpaid or, unremunerated, and they really didn't see their work as work. And one project that I think is really interesting is these logbooks where women recorded the work that they did. They essentially, this enabled them to understand the work that they were doing as work and to really quantify the number of hours and the contribution they were making to agricultural production. And I think what's powerful about that is it changed the way that women saw their own work, and then they were also able to use the logbooks and the number of hours that they were putting in to then claim government support for the agricultural work that they were doing. And so I think some of those kinds of approaches, and I'm sure in this room there are many, many other examples of those kinds of bottom-up approaches where, you know, women on the ground are generating that data and then it's being used to influence policy for their benefit. And I think it would be great for us to, you know, to uncover more of those and to find ways to support them. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thanks for that. Leanne, it's your final word.
Okay, so I'm probably responding to a mishmash of questions. There were many great interventions and comments, and I'm just going to pick up on a couple of them because they resonated with me, and particularly also with some of the discussion on climate finance, which you know, is obviously the lens through which I'm looking at a lot of either what is available, what is not available, and what needs to be approved. So first of all, and Fatou really had a barrage of questions, and I'm just going to pick a couple of those. When we are talking, or at least when I'm talking about gender responsive or gender transformative climate finance, I'm definitely looking at basically equality in benefits provision for women, men, and gender diverse groups. So it's not just for women and girls, but it realizes that very often it means that you have to target activities and finance because of a lack of specific funding to activities, to climate actions, which, for example, are particularly for the engagement of women and girls. And subsistence agriculture, for example, is one of those issues. And when you're looking at adaptation and adaptation with the focus, adaptation plans with the focus on food security, I think if you wanted to target financing there and you would not take into account that you know, a lot of women that are in food production are doing so because of rain-fed agriculture. They don't have access to agricultural extension services. They don't have the inclusion, you know, in the financial systems. They might not own the land, so they cannot put it up as collateral. Right, then you would be doing that targeted action a disservice. Fatou also pointed out, and I think it's very important, and I think we need to highlight that too often, and maybe that's with the quotes, too often gender is not seen as part of the hard issues and the importance issues, and nowhere can it be seen more clearly than by the fact that, for example, the Gender Action Plan under the UNFCCC is not part of the co-funding, but stands and falls with finance being provided by parties specifically to that purpose, which more often than not means that it falls, like Fatou mentioned, that national gender focal points are not funded and are not supported. And so again, we spoke about the issue of definition. I think it's crucially important for some things to have very clear definition, and that includes, for example, climate finance, because right now, you know, if you're not exactly knowing what is termed climate finance, then it allows basically for everything to be counted as climate finance. And again, if you want a very specific financial provision, that is then not sufficient. I want to reject one point that Fatou mentioned. Sorry to say that you mentioned that there are no negotiations on gender at this COP28. I would disagree in saying that actually everything that is of importance at this COP, and particularly everything that is related to finance, from my perspective, is clearly related to gender. That talks about the global stocktake, the lack of finance provision and the lack of finance provision and data, for example, on those qualitative elements of climate finance provision, which we don't have, that looks ahead to the fact that we have a new collective quantified goal on climate finance, where we are too often looking at the quantification, but not on the qualified provision of climate finance, again, which, for example, looks at the gender responsiveness on climate finance, which is not accounted for. It also looks at loss and damage is a big issue here, right? So we want to approve a loss and damage fund. What is the loss and damage fund doing different and better than what some existing climate funds have done, or rather have not done, in making sure that climate finance for loss and damage, for addressing loss and damage, actually reaches the community in a way that is accessible to communities, to women's groups, to other marginalized groups. And then maybe lastly, and that was to the point of what has it brought in a fund like the Green Climate Fund to actually have a gender mandate? Do we know whether it works and it doesn't work? So first of all, in the Green Climate Fund, obviously a lot of the projects are at the very early stage of the implementation, so we don't have a lot of the final concluding elements. However, I can say, and particularly when you're looking at different actors that you're bringing in, like, for example, the private sector, it does make a difference of whether they are asked to at least think about gender, or whether they are not even required to think about gender. And while I would be the first, and I see a couple of my colleagues with whom I've been very actively engaging and following the Green Climate Funds since its inception, while there is a lot that we think is not working yet, including in ensuring that, again, gender is not seen as an add-on to a climate-funded action that is otherwise conceived relatively gender neutral. That doesn't mean that we don't believe, if done correctly, done from an early onset in terms of the design, done, for example, with community participation, done, for example, with more representation of community groups, of women groups, in the implementation of finance, including through participatory monitoring that brings, for example, community groups in showcasing of whether that finance is actually reaching them and is benefiting them. And it goes to the point that our colleague from Indonesia was making, that it's not just a matter of extracting data, but data for what? Data to bring benefits to the community, to groups, and this is actually crucially, there is the capacity there in funds, so I would not want to take anybody from that discourse that it doesn't matter of engaging on gender in climate funds and climate funding provisions or mechanisms, but to do it better than we are doing right now. So it's a matter of lessons learned and applied. Thank you.
Aishka, final word to you. Thank you.
Okay, I'll keep this very short because my colleagues have already summed it up very beautifully. So 3 things, right? The first, this is also I think this specifically answers the global stocktake question that you proposed, which is super important. So the first one is a multi-stakeholder approach. I think that is what is missing over here. We need co-ownership and co-responsibility of the various gaps and challenges that has been identified, and to create that sense of accountability towards each other. And if we come to the UNFCCC process in itself, we have the 9 observer constituencies, so WGC, Yango, Tango, Bengo, and several others, and all of these different constituencies have a sense of responsibility to play, even when it comes to the global stocktake. So what we look forward to seeing is a stocktake, a sort of forward-facing decision text that takes people at the heart of it, that outlines that at the end of the day, the people does have the power to come in and, influence the decision and influence implementation, influence where resources need to be reallocated to. And that multi-stakeholder approach to, taking stock is been missing, and that's one way where we can implement the feminist methodology in that area. And then secondly, what I want to share is the difference between responsive and transformative. That's often forgotten. A lot of the structures that exist right now is very responsive. It's not transformative. So if I am going to take the example of what Esther said, it's not the fact that data on gender and land sovereignty, land rights has been underfunded. It's the fact that it has been historically excluded from even being considered to be financed. We need to take into consideration that a lot of the systemic and structural oppressions that widens the gender gap is the same thing that is being replicated into the structures to derive these data. So make it make sense. How will we complement that if we are replicating the same systems of oppression when we want to create holistic data? And that's what switching from responsive to transformative would look like. And finally, the third point is a bottom-up approach. And we did that. We worked with UN Women. Actually, I'm part of the Generation Equality Forum campaign. I'm one of the Action Coalition youth leaders with the Feminist Action for Climate Justice. And in the Generation Equality Forum campaign, we had commitments that was made in the nexus of gender and climate to different regions. And often at times how reporting was done, how data research was done, along with UN Women as well, is that it was from a very top approach, where data was being looked at solely from the commitment maker's perspective. So it was like, okay, I made so-and-so commitment. This is how much of the commitment I have achieved. This is how much of the commitment I need to achieve. And this is how much finance that's needed for me to achieve that commitment. But we went to UN Women, and by we, I would mean with the help of Global Fund for Women, we launched something called the Feminist Accountability Framework, on which Fridays for Future MAPA, the organization that I represent, we sit on the steering committee of the Feminist Accountability Framework. So we went back to UN Women, and we also went back to the Generation Equality Forum campaign and said, hey, we need to restructure this process. It's not only about me as a commitment maker, but let's say I made a commitment to Latin American region. But it's to go back to the Latin American region, map out which countries exactly fall under my commitment, go to the people there and ask them, how has these commitments impacted your lives? How has these commitments transformed the way you can adapt to the climate crisis? You can mitigate the climate crisis. And that's where we need to, redirect our resources towards. Lots more bottom-up approach. And I think we have been able to really also challenge UN Women to think with us on those, feminist structures from the community level. So I'm more than happy to have conversation about the Feminist Accountability Framework and also lead you to resources that we have now published as the Feminist Accountability Framework. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much to all of you. Thank you for those excellent questions and interventions. Thank you to IUCN for having this discussion, and thank you to all of my excellent panelists. You did brilliantly, and I think we're all coming away inspired and energized by that. So thank you all very much. Thanks.
Thank you. So before we move on to the next session, as you might remember from the opening remarks, Jamie mentioned that we want to leave this place tomorrow evening with a call to action, right? With a call to action to produce better gender and environment data and to use this data. So the conversations over the next couple of days are expected to shape this call to action. But we also want your input and the input of all the people that are connected online. So this conference being live streamed, a lot of people are connected. So for that, we're going to ask you at the end of each session, what are some of the key takeaways for you so that you can contribute to this call to action. So please scan the QR code that you see on the screen so we can ask you the question around the first session. We're going to give a few minutes for people to join. Okay, so the question is, what would be your call to action on gender and environment data to those participating in COP28 in the coming weeks, as well as in future COPs? So we see a few messages popping up on the screen, so please send your thoughts. At the end of the conference, so at the end of the day today, we will go through some of the key responses that we got from this audience interactions, and then at the end of the day tomorrow, we will present a call to action with all your inputs. All right, great. So with this, I want to thank you all, especially your panelists and our moderator, and we are going to move to session 2. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. You may have noticed from our agenda that we are running a little bit behind schedule. So what we'll do now is actually encourage everyone to take a 5-minute break, whether it's just to walk around the room, say hello to each other, take a bio break, grab a quick espresso, and then we'll reconvene session 2 in about 5 minutes' time. So let's take that break now, stretch our legs, and we will run session 2 a little bit beyond our original intended end time, but I think that we'll still try and preserve at least an hour and a half for lunchtime. So thank you, and I will call us back in about 5 minutes. Thank you. I'll just be session 2 as soon as possible. Thank you. All right, thank you so much, everyone, for settling in. And I know some people will still be trickling in from the short break, but that's okay. We can go ahead and get started. So it's my pleasure to introduce you all to session 2 of this conference. This session is called Making Women and Girls Visible, Understanding the State of Gender and Environment Data. Together, we will aim to present an overall picture of gender and environment data availability, explore how data systems and data collection, analysis, and dissemination mechanisms are currently set up in national statistical systems to prioritize the measurement of the gender and environment nexus, as well as exchange best practices and solutions. So with that, I'd like to ask Krista, Sarah, Sione, Lupe, Ruth, and Anna to please join us on stage. And as our panelists settle in, it's my pleasure to introduce you to Krista Jones-Baptista, who will be our moderator for today's session. Krista is the Executive Director of Data2X. She is a data and digital inclusion specialist with 20 years of experience in the global development sector. Previously, as Global Director of DAI Global LLC, she led the organization's Center for Digital Acceleration, the CDA, where she led DAI's work in data initiatives. Krista, over to you.
Jamie. Esteemed friends, colleagues, and excellencies, I'm honored to be the moderator for this critical discussion on the importance of gender and environment data in creating lasting and impactful climate change policies and plans to ensure women and girls and gender diverse individuals are supported and protected in responding to the many ways that climate crises affect our communities, and in calling for climate action. I've had the privilege to lead Data2X. We convene stakeholders, conduct research, and advocate for the effective use of gender data across the data value chain, and in particular for gender equality. We were founded just over 10 years ago, and we have seen so many important shifts in the collection and use of gender data, many of which have already been mentioned this morning. And we're intimately familiar with how critical data, particularly gender data, is in creating policies that are equitable and enduring. And we know that environment and climate change issues are not gender neutral. We know that data can help illuminate the unique and often disproportionate impacts of climate change on women and girls, and reveal their contributions to climate change mitigation, adaptation, and resilience efforts. In this session, we're going to focus on understanding the state of gender and environment data. Data2X's recent report on mapping gender data gaps in environment and climate change found that there are still significant data gaps in data that's being collected and the ways that it's being used. For example, we found that environmental data is often collected at the household level as opposed to at the individual level, and this makes tracking inter-household differences difficult to understand and capture. We've already heard about the lack of disaggregation that persists and how data collection standards are lacking in environment and climate. And in order to respond to this, we have already talked about some ways that we can better use existing data, how we want to leverage the potential of digital data, ensure that we're including women and girls in the co-creation and co-ownership of the data collection and use, looking at intersectional approaches, and finally, understanding how we can put gender data to use in partnership with national statistics offices and other partners. So I know that our panelists have so much to share in this space. Again, we're going to hear from them, and then we will have time for your questions as well. So without further ado, it's my pleasure to introduce our panel of distinguished guests who will share best practices, lessons learned, and gaps in the production of official statistics on gender and the environment to foster greater understanding, collective learning, and move us forward.
We're going to start today with Sarah Duarte Valero, the Regional Gender Statistics Specialist with UN Women. Sarah, I want to turn to you and understand how, given that environment statistics haven't traditionally included a gender angle, why do you think that is? And what are the solutions to address gender environment data gaps? And secondarily, do you think the current solutions are applicable to across countries and regions?
Thank you so much. So actually, I think that there's a lot of reasons why we're just not there yet with the gender and environment data, right? Like there's, an issue with financing, there's an issue with political will, there's lots of issues. One of the key issues has to do also with the way global monitoring frameworks are set up and the indicators that are part of these monitoring frameworks and how they don't address gender issues in the way we would like to see them. If you don't mind, I'm going to stand up because I cannot see my own slides from here. So maybe I'll just continue. Maybe this is easier, yeah. If we can go to the first slide, please. So like I was saying, a lot of the global monitoring frameworks, they have some gender indicators, but they don't really have the right gender indicators, right? In the sense of like what we would like to see measured. Can we see the first slide? Yep. Okay. So one example, you have the Sustainable Development Goals, right? We have 231 unique indicators in the SDG set, out of which roughly, depending on how you count, between 77 and 90 are environment indicators. And then out of those, depending on how you count, between 4 and 10 are gender and environment indicators. And then out of those, we actually have data for 2. So, it's not great. Then you look at other frameworks, like, for instance, the Sendai framework or the Convention on Biological Diversity and so on. And the situation is similar, right? So in these frameworks, since they're environmental frameworks, obviously all the indicators are environment related, but not many are gender and environment indicators, right? In the Sendai framework, we have 0 gender and environment indicators in the strict sense of the word, right? In the Convention on Global Biological Diversity, we also don't have gender and environment indicators, and so on and so forth. And the Convention on the Certification is the same story. Maybe an exception is the global set of climate change statistics and indicators, which does have 3 gender and environment indicators. The good news is that we are working with the UN Statistics Division to mainstream gender into this framework to include additional indicators, which is a very first step. And why is this important? Because national statistical systems are already sort of overwhelmed producing data for all the many indicators, like hundreds of indicators for all these frameworks, right? If gender and environment indicators are not a necessary reporting requirement, it's an add-on task that they simply don't have the time to undertake. So that's a very important first step to kind of like start producing data on this topic. But the good news is that we do have data and we do have the solutions to fill some of this gender data gap. So I'll walk you through some of these solutions. If we can go to the next slide, please. So one solution is to use some of the data that we already have, right? We can integrate geospatial information, so satellite pictures, with surveys to look at environmental variables and how they're connected to gender-related variables, right? So here what you're seeing on the screen is an integration of demographic and health survey data with various forms of geospatial variables. And that shows that, for instance, issues like aridity, drought episodes, floods, like the severity and the frequency of floods, etc., really matter for some of the gender outcomes, right? And the results are similar across countries. So in the graphs there, that are moving, you can see how child marriage rates and adolescent birth rates are higher in arid clusters in all countries where we tested this, right? So again, we start seeing patterns how, some of these climate variables are really related to some of the gender-related variables. Next slide. A second solution is to look at big data, right? So data, for instance, from online searches. So here, the analysis that you're seeing there on the screen, we are looking at what people are Googling in times of disasters or in times of climate events, right? So we see that specifically we're looking at whether people are Googling words related with violence against women and whether these words are help-seeking words. So searches like, what is the hotline for victims of violence, right? That sort of thing. And then what we can see, again, we see the same pattern in most countries, is that the number of searches related to help seeking for violence against women spikes immediately after a crisis or when several crises overlap. So again, what you see there on the screen on the left-hand side is Kiribati, and we see that when droughts and La Nina overlap, you see spikes on violence against women searches. On the graph on the right is Tonga, and you see that actually when several crises overlap, there is a drop, and then immediately after there's a spike. This is because a lot of these crises, like the volcanic eruption, actually meant that people lost connectivity. So obviously the spikes are seen right after. Next slide. Another solution is to really do some modeling and forecasting, right? So we actually have quite a bit of data, which in itself is not necessarily gender and environment data, but when put together in models, you can actually start seeing a lot of patterns. So here, this is a piece of work that we conducted together with the Pardee Center in the University of Denver. We use an international futures model with hundreds of variables, right? So variables on, the economy, variables on employment, variables on energy, variables on water, all kinds of variables, right? And how they connect to each other. So for instance, we start thinking, in country X, if I want to increase agricultural yield, what will happen to food security, or what will happen to the increase in temperatures, So all these variables are connected with each other to see how they relate. Now, what we see is that if the current climate path continues, we are going to see poverty rates and we are going to see food security rates dropping, right? Like we are, as we develop, we see things kind of like improving. But if the current climate path actually worsens, then it will decrease a lot less. So the line graph that you have there on the screen for Indonesia shows exactly how much in Indonesia this can be different as a result of a worsening climate path. And then if you look at the bar chart, you see actually that there's gender gaps. So both food security and both poverty rates are worse for women compared to men. Globally, on the map, by 2030, if we continue on a worse climate path scenario, we will have 160 million more women in poverty by 2050, and we will have 240 million more women that are food insecure by 2050. So these are huge numbers. Next slide. And finally, the biggest undertaking probably that we can do as statisticians is to actually go ahead and collect new data, right? So all the other examples that I mentioned are about working with what we already have. This that's on the screen is about new data collection. So UN Women, together with a lot of partners, I'm not going to list them all because it's a long list. We developed a model questionnaire on gender and the environment. And we developed basically this survey so that national statistics offices can go ahead and collect data from households about the different interactions of women and men with the environment. So the survey includes 10 modules that cover all kinds of topics. So there's one module on disasters, there's one module on climate change, there's one module on asset ownership, green jobs, environment-related livelihoods, a large number of topics. The key characteristic of this survey is really that, first of all, it differs from other surveys in the sense that we interview in every household one male and one female. So we don't just ask questions to the head of household. We get both the men's and the women's perspectives within each household. The second piece that's kind of different is that we don't just look at environmental activities that are undertaken for economic purposes. So if you're engaged in agriculture because then you sell your goods in the market, okay, that's economic purposes. But if you engage in agriculture just for own consumption, or if you harvest forest products just for religious purposes, that is completely unaccounted for in most of the statistics, right? So in this survey, we actually measure every human interaction with the environment, whether it's for leisure, tradition, religion, whether it's for economic purposes or subsistence. So I think this is what makes this survey different, and you will see very soon how the findings of the survey, which have been implemented already in some countries, are really kind of striking. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for that overview of what we can be thinking about as opportunities and responses. Next, we're going to see a short video. So we will play the video and then we will hear from our next speakers.
Koe ngahi whatamawha na tula ko o Siausia, ko ai whoifu, ko o Siausia ai mana lahi, ko au sia ai ngā lulu koe ai mwhuike, pia ko au sia ai ngā whaa, pia moe pā koe ai mo ngā whi o tupu ngai koe ai pia o koe nei pē koe tsunami.
O ko mahina ka te au ki mā whananga e me ngai tau ki moa koe a ka mahene o whakontua e a pinu. Pia I keke ngā tahi, koe o kai ki tahi, o ki mā oro ngā me tahi, I he lorotonga I he kuapiri. Pia o kulawa ke mea wasia e mo kui I he ngahi peri ua koe ana tula.
Pāwhare mai mga mai, tau koe ne he fō koe mai pākoe mo wafi. O te keke rā mai koe tōro no ke te ke ahasiana ke whai ngā ue ke tata, o tau e whakatāri. Pea o ko mau pe vai.
Koe a ngai e kusi o ke ngai ta awo na tula. Mo ngai wheri uri waki kua hoko mai ko e ni. O mai pe ke ta roto mo oa ki ai.
We knew that women face barriers to reproductive assets and are more likely than men to face discrimination and engage in informal jobs. This makes them more vulnerable to the effects of disasters and climate change. We also know that job segregation, social norms, and many other factors result in women and men playing different roles when it comes to environmental conservation and degradation. But until now, we didn't have data that could provide an accurate picture of these gender issues. That is why we decided to start working on gender and environment surveys.
The Gender and Environment Survey integrated interview 2 respondents from each household in order to complete the full survey. A male respondent and a female respondent of 18 years over from every household. Interviewing 2 respondents in each household will give them an opportunity to share their experiences in terms of their understanding and their experience towards natural disasters, climate change, livelihoods, agriculture. And these opportunities will give women's voice will be heard.
Because we are talking about the environment, it is particularly important to reach all parts of each country, all the different ecological areas, even the most remote islands. This sometimes requires remarkable efforts.
I went to Nuufo'ou, which is the most far north island of Tonga by plane for 1.5 weeks. And then I went to a remote island in Hawaii to interview 30 households, 30 males and 30 females. The people in these 2 remote islands are still panicking from the volcanic eruption. People are still thinking that thunderstorms is from the volcano.
If any issue happened in the field, for example, household not agree to be interviewed that time or revisiting so many times to a household that was scheduled and cannot find, I contact the town officer to check out this household. If not, I just go straight and visit the household and to ask them what was happening and to ask them also for their availability to be interviewed.
For the first time, we are able to paint a gender picture of the effects of climate change, and we're truly beginning to understand how women and men's roles, their power to influence decision-making, and many other factors affect the environment.
We will provide more than 100 indicators on gender and environment. Working together with UN Women in this gender environment survey will also help us in bridging the gap in gender environment data.
Hopefully, we will soon start seeing more gender data and forming global discussions, such as the UN Climate Change and Biodiversity Conferences. and also making its way into statistical monitoring processes, both international and national. We want to see policymakers use gender data to inform their decisions.
This data will be useful to inform our policies with regards to disaster risk management to show the involvement of women and men and also other vulnerable groups.
In all the programs and projects and activities that we are currently implementing in Tonga, we have to make sure that gender issues are mainstreamed.
There are streams that collect some information towards the SDGs and Sena framework and all the other regional as well as the international commitments that Tonga is committed to. So this data is definitely used.
As enumerators, I come across families that they're interested with the questions because they said it's very important. They said it's helped them remember what happened, and they're hoping that that might help policymakers making better decisions for the future of the islands and with the future of Tonga and then disasters that happen frequently and climate change that always happen here in the islands. So this is very helpful.
With that video, we'll now hear from Sione Lolohia and Lupe Moala Tupo from the National Statistics Office in Tonga. Over to you to launch the survey.
Thank you very much. Malo Lele from the Kingdom of Tonga. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to stand before you today as we unveil the findings of Tonga's groundbreaking Gender and Environment Survey, a crucial milestone in our collective pursuit of sustainable and equitable development. As the head of the statistics, I must emphasize the significance of the data we present today. The Gender and Environment Survey conducted in 2022 encapsulates the voice of the experience of our people, providing a lens through which we can better understand the intricate interplay between gender dynamics and environmental realities in our beloved nations. The results we are about to share are not just numbers. They are narratives of resilience, challenges, and opportunities. They embody the collective wisdom of our communities and the aspiration we hold for a more just and sustainable future. Launching this report amid COP28 underscores Tonga's commitment to global environmental stewardship. Our data speaks to the essence of integrating gender consideration into climate actions, recognizing that a truly sustainable future is one that upholds the right and well-being of all, regardless of gender. As we delved into that findings, let us not only acknowledge the challenges, but also celebrate the strength and capacities revealed in this survey. It is my hope that these insights will guide us in crafting policies and initiatives that are not only effective, but also inclusive, leaving no one behind. In conclusion, I extend my gratitude to all those who contributed to this survey, our dedicated teams, community partners, and the resilient individuals who shared their stories. Together, let us embrace the responsibility that comes with knowledge and chart a course towards a more sustainable, equitable, a gender-responsive future for Tonga. I thank you. Malo opito.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next, I'll turn to you, Lupe. Can you tell us about some of the key findings, how you think these will be used in Tonga, and some of the important considerations that you want to share with other countries that may want to implement this type of survey?
Malolele, everyone. I'm very happy to share some of the key findings from the Gender and Environment Survey that was conducted in Tonga 2022. Next slide, please. Gender and Environment Survey was implemented by Tonga Statistics Department with the support from UN Women. It uses modules from the module questionnaire for measuring nexus between gender and environment. 2 randomly selected adults, 1 man and 1 woman, are interviewed in each household. We want to hear what women and men have to say. The sample size is 2,544 households with 4,150 individuals. Data collection occurred from the 31st of October 2022 to the 9th of January 2023. The response rate for this survey was 94.6%. People who had moved as a result of climate change or disasters were tracked down and new coordinates resisted. Next slide, please. Tonga's exposure to high environmental risk affects their health and prompts displacement. Everyone lives in high-risk areas prone to disasters, climate change, pollution, or other hazards. But people in urban areas are worse off. Everyone has experienced climate change. Everyone has experienced at least one disaster, but most have experienced at least 4. As a result of these disasters, many are experiencing stress, anxiety, and other mental health issues, especially women. Many have also been displaced, and women are more likely than men. Next slide, please. As a result of climate change, women are sacrificing their nutrition and their time. Women were overall more likely than men to eat less to cope with the effects of climate change. Single parents were the most likely to give up their food in favor for their children. More than 30% are experiencing health ailments directly related to climate change. Women have been more likely than men to note increases in the time they spend caring for others, despite the fact they were already doing more than men to begin with. Next slide, please. Climate change and environmental degradation are worsening ecosystem protection. More men than women engage in agriculture in Tonga. 55% of men and 38% of women have noticed drops in agriculture yield as a result of climate change. For most of these women, agriculture was their main source of income. Many people relied on wild forests for their livelihoods. But women have been more likely than men to notice the degradation of wild forests and mangroves. More men than women also engage in fishing, either for commercial or subsistence purposes. As many as 34% of men have noticed increases in bycatch and decrease in overall catch as a result of biodiversity loss. Next slide, please. People's decisions matter for environmental conservation and degradation. The survey analyzed people's behavior on the use of pesticides, fertilizer, fishing methods, and many other aspects. It highlighted that women and men make differentiated decisions. For instance, women practicing agriculture are more likely to use organic nutrients or consider soil type and climate to mitigate fertilizer-related risk. Men, on the other hand, are more likely to follow protocols. In addition, when it comes to decision-making bodies, men make the bulk of the water management decision, but participation in marine, climate, and wild forest committees is more equally distributed. Next slide, please. Thank you very much, and mahalo to everyone. For further information and to access to the report, here is the link that is shown in the screen. Malo abito.
Thank you so much, Lupe, for that compelling presentation of the data. I'm sure so many follow-up questions from myself and others. Next, we're going to hear from Ruth Minja from the Tanzania National Statistics Office. Over to you, Ruth. Can you tell us about how including environment and climate change related questions in the 2022 Population and Housing Census has opened the door to generating essential gender environment estimates, not just at the national level, but also with an intersectional approach, and how you foresee future rounds of this happening, and how this will impact some of the most disadvantaged groups, such as rural women, elderly women, or women of certain ethnic groups. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, moderator. My name is Ruth Minja. I'm the director responsible for population census and social statistics at National Bureau of Statistics in Tanzania. I'm also the chairperson of the UNSD Expert Group on Environmental Statistics. I would like to thank the organizers of this important meeting, but specifically the UN Women for facilitating my participation in this meeting. It is my hand to share with you Tanzania's experience on production of gender and environmental statistics. Connecting with the previous speakers, we have noted that there is huge disparity between men and women in many dimensions with regards to legal framework, with regards to access to social services, ownership of assets, and limited power for women. But it's not in Tanzania. This is everywhere around the world that these inequalities exist. Countries are striving to formulate policies and the interventions which will reduce these inequalities. But do we have enough data? Do we have reliable data to measure implementation of these policies? Tanzania has done some initiatives which I want to share with you. I'll go directly to the institutional setup of the national context of data ecosystem in Tanzania. Looking at the gender and the environment and the climate change, these are cross-cutting statistics. And I would say there's a new statistical domain in many of countries, specifically in developing countries like Tanzania. So we have many actors in this area. Various institutions are engaging, but we have different data collection techniques and various types of data sources to collect this information. And in Tanzania specifically, the main data collection sources is through censuses. We have surveys, but administrative data. We have also the geospatial data and the specific researchers. But the National Bureau of Statistics in our country is mandated by Statistics Act of 351 to produce but also to coordinate production of official statistics within the country, including gender, environment, and climate change. So we develop guidelines and methodologies to guide production of this kind of statistics in the country. We have noted that we have a huge data gap, and even in Tanzania, when we were mainstreaming SDG into our national development plans, environment and climate change is the area where we noted we had a very huge data gap. And we're trying to use opportunities in the country to ensure that we increase the availability of gender, environment, and climate change data. And last year, fortunately, the country conducted its 6th population and housing census, and we used that opportunity to add more questions to collect environment and climate change data. And we had the main census questionnaire, which is normally administered at the household level. And we have the traditional questions which we normally collect information about sources of drinking water, sources of energy for cooking and lighting, but we also collect types of toilet facility and the disposal of solid waste. But this time we went further. To fill the data gaps we have in the data ecosystem, we added 3 more questions into the population and housing census. This is the main questionnaire which was administered to all households. We added a question to collect information about authorities which collect waste from the households. We added a question to collect information about if households usually sort the kitchen waste into different categories, including the electronic waste, plastic, glass waste, metal waste, and so on. We were interested with the electronic waste specifically because Tanzania is the good customer of the secondary electric equipment, and we all know that these kind of secondary products have shorter lifetime, and with a shorter lifetime, they immediately became obsolete, and we are ending up with piles and piles of electronic waste at our households and at our offices. So if we don't have a good data to determine the generation, but also the management of electronic waste, that means we will not be able to put in place good policies which will be able to minimize or to handle the electronic waste, given that the electronic waste, as we know, contains some hazardous elements which may affect our health, may affect our environment. So we also asked the main method used by the household to dispose e-waste. And also, in Tanzania, we normally use community questionnaire, and this one is normally administered at community level, at the lowest level, lowest administrative level. In rural areas, we have different settings with urban areas, and all these settings were administered. So we have the traditional questions also, 5, and is basically assessing the availability of social services like schools, availability of healthy services, roads, and so. But we used this opportunity to add more 5 questions to collect information to fill the existing gaps, specifically on the climate change. We added a question to collect information about methods used by healthy facilities to dispose waste, but we also asked if the community is bordered by environment like sea, land cultivation, river, national parks, and the others, with the aim of collecting information, determining which communities, what communities are closer to what type of environment, to what extent the communities are vulnerable to environment, and to what extent the possibilities of the communities to interact and distract the environment. These are very key information which, when combined with the demographic and other variables collected through population and housing census, will inform better the policies. But we also asked them the knowledge, if they know anything about climate change, just to get their perception and put the proper interventions. For those who said that they understand about climate change, we asked them further their perceptions on how do they perceive the current climate change with the previous climate change, like the 10 years back, with regards to temperature, with regards to rainfall days, sea level rise, fall. So these are the informations which we think will help us to fill the existing gap. But we also asked the community level about the disaster, if they have experienced any of the disaster like the drought, flood or cyclone, and this information will be combined with the information collected from household level, because we have the same identification to prepare a gender environment monograph from the population and the housing census data. To wind up, I would recommend countries which are planning to conduct their 2020 population and housing census. I understand it will end next year, but even the 2030 round, to consider adding environment and climate change related questions in their questionnaires. But given the multifaceted nature of the climate and the environment and gender, strengthening the institutional collaboration within the country is important to ensure that we have the data which will be used by policymakers. We have been talking here of data supply and data demand. If we don't balance this, statisticians, we may produce data which are not used in policies. But if we produce data which are demanded, that means utilization will increase, will enhance data uptake into policy monitoring and implementation. So countries should consider using the global set of the climate change and indicators. This is in line with the framework for development of environmental statistics in the IPCC-based framework as a guide, and these are tools which are already published under the UNSD website. But we have the capacity gap at country level. I was interested with the questions today morning that what is gender? What is gender? For us as statisticians, I would say men and women, or data by sex, but I think it's not enough. We need capacity building to be able to make the gender stereotype and the traditional inequalities which are in the society to be able to incorporate it into the designing stage of the surveys and the censuses to ensure that these are visible to policymakers for making evidence-based decisions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ruth, and for sharing those insights. Next, we're going to go to Ana Eloisa Alves from Engajamundo in Brazil. Anna, we know that all humans are affected by the environment, and all of us contribute to environmental degradation, conservation, and climate change as well. Tell us about your thoughts about the role gender data can play in highlighting how women and men interact with the environment, and how can we ensure the production and use of gender data are prioritized?
Thank you, Carissa, and thank you to the other panelists here that are sharing their expertise to increase this debate. First, we already seen with my co-panelists to share that we already have data, gender data that we are using, but we need to understand that as much the climate crisis increase, we are seeing the projections made by the data that we are already having are showing wrong. So we understand that as I face the climate crisis and the extreme climates get constantly happen, we need to make new projections based on the data. So to have these new projections, we need to constantly producing data. So that is a point that we need to financial support for this. So when we look for the global south, we see that women, especially women and men, are being affected by the climate change in different ways, and we need to look for this gender lens to understand how this woman be more vulnerable. And as the climate change and climate crisis increase fast, we need to see more vulnerabilities and more issues that are projected by this woman. So as more the climate crisis get advanced, we see the women suffering from new problems that happens every day, and issues that we even associate with climate change without a data producing and researching. So I think the lead question here is the education. We need to financial universities to include more women, include more groups that are affected by the climate change, for these people be researching and be producing studies that showing how they are affected and by the experiences and the realities they are. So who is better to produce this data and create solutions based on this data than who are suffering every day from these problems that climate crisis increase. So also we need to understand the vulnerability thing that happens when climate change advances. So the Climate Change Brazilian panel understands vulnerability as gaps and issues in the structure of the system that pushes certain groups of people to displace when they suffer more than others. But as the past of times, we see that extreme climates that are increase more, and we see that our systems are changing and suffer with these gaps every day. So we need to act now to understand the new consequences of climate crisis, because as fast as this happens, we're not sure what will happen tomorrow and the other day, and the new issues that we need to deal with. So the education is the principal point here to we understand how this will affect everyone, not just women, but men, children, girls, and everyone, because this is not just happening in the global south, this will happen in the whole globe. And other thing that I want to put in this point is that we need to make the governments use this data and financial this data producing and researchers and studies to use that in the policy, mostly the climate change adaptation policy, because if women are the main affected by the climate crisis. This woman and data producing by woman, gender, environment data need to be the principal thing used in the production, the process of make these policies. So we need to new regulations that prioritize women and the gender interactions to make new solutions based on this data. So this is all. We need to increase education, and we need to make all governments use this data adequately to create solutions that effectively works, not just based on data that they even actualize that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. Last but not least, we're going to hear from Landy Sanchez from El Colegio de Mexico. Please, Landy, tell us about your work and your insights in the gender and climate data nexus.
I think I'm going to use this microphone because I didn't have that one close. So I'm Landy Sanchez. I work at a university called El Colegio de Mexico. I appreciate the support for my institution and UN Women to be here, and I'm very happy to learn from all of you. I want to talk about a gap within the gap in data production to understand the socio-environmental gender perspective. And that is when we try to understand the link between gender and environment, we tend to use a lot of sources. As many of my colleagues in the table have already mentioned, and if you can move to the next slide, please. We tend to use a lot of data, right? We use data from census, we use data from remote sensing, we use administrative data, survey data, just to mention a few. And that's something that we have been doing over the last years, precisely in order to capture something that is already quite complex, right? It's not something that we can capture with one single type of instrument. In order to understand this link, climate, biodiversity, use of natural resources, we really need to try to understand the link between a natural or earth system and then the social world. And that's not an easy link to capture. And for that is that we really need to understand a complex system, and that what we actually are doing is to integrate data for very different types of sources. And that's a challenge in itself. And so usually what we do is a spatial data integration. So that means linking different types of sources based on the location of the data. And that could be data that comes in different types of formats. For example, we have raster data, we have data that comes from the surveys, data who comes in format like administrative data, who are, I don't know, department data, province data, data from the households. So what that means actually is that we are using data in very different formats, in very different scales of data, and also data has been produced for very different ministries, different even statistical branch, right? And therefore, that in itself is a challenge. And if you move to the next one, So we have issues about comparability between sources. So where we are talking about biodiversity, for example, we are not talking about the same thing if you are talking to from an ecologist point of view to one who is working from a community who is working with biodiversity data to someone who is working in an economic office. So they are actually talking about very different issues sometimes. Also, if you are talking about the scale of the data, you are actually working many times from very different type of sources. So sometimes someone is working from a community whose boundaries is, I don't know, 20 kilometers. And other one is working with the municipality level data, which is 100 kilometers. And someone else is working with data who has, I don't know, 50 kilometers. Someone is using basin data who has to do with water reserves, right? So actually we're combining very different type of data in doing these kind of things. And also the resolution that we are working may be quite different. Sometimes we have a humongous, very good, excellent resolution when we're using a census remote data, and therefore we can even look at the streets of a town and we can get the trees in each of the blocks. But sometimes we have a humongous data for the national information of how time use is divided between men and women. And therefore, we need to combine all of this information and somehow come up with a story about how we are going to combine all of that. And of course, we have data quality issues, right? Someone is measuring something in one office of the economic department, someone else is measuring this in this other office, and they don't match. They don't even name the same town in the same way, right? Someone is using an old definition about a population and a different tribe or a different ethnicity, and they don't have the same definitions. So we have all these problems in the data, and we all know the ones who come from the statistical office or the ones who use the data know that these problems are in the data. The issue is, these are the issues that are usually present in any social research, but when you combine social and environmental data, then the problems become humongous, right? But these issues are right now playing in whatever policy you want to play, you need to develop and set in place. So, and these issues are the ones who are playing now in the negotiation. When you make the scenarios, and you were mentioned that, right? The scenarios not always match. The scenarios sometimes get it right, sometimes don't always predict the way. And one part of the issue is the data that we have and that we are trying to predict issues that are combining environmental change with social change at the same time. And we somehow need to match the two things together. So these issues are relevant in order to predict the future, in order to understand how we behave towards the environment and how the environment is impacting us. So this combination, the way that we integrate the data are very relevant in order to get the better estimation that we have. And we already know that. But where gender comes into play, right? We know that there are some solutions to these issues. If you move to the next one, please. So we have some solution for these issues just to integrate data. We know that we need to harmonize. We know that we need to do validation between one type of data and another. We need to understand very well how we can use some type of data for some issues and other type of data, depending on how we are using. We need to know very well where the scale of the data is relevant, and we need to do very well metadata and documentation for the information that we're using. But then, where is gender in this story? And that's something that we need to think very carefully, because actually a lot of the measures and indicators that are being developed in the world for climate change, vulnerability, adaptation, mitigation, and everything is actually linking data, because we don't have one single source of data for these things. We are actually combining a bunch of data all the time. So we need to understand how gender can be placed in this issue about data integration. So if we move to the next one, please. So what I'm trying to present today in this conference is how we can bring the issue of gender into spatial data integration. So basically, what are the challenges that we have in order to kind of bring the issue of gender into this space of data integration? And that's what I meant by the gap within the gap. We know that we have a gap in the gender statistics. We know that we have a humongous gap still in environmental data for gender, but specifically I want to bring your attention to this gap in how we bring data together. And I'm just gonna mention a couple of things about how we can bring this idea of gender into spatial integration. So yes, we want to collect specific data about activities, behavior, risk, perception with gender lenses. That's a fundamental part of the story. But then the other thing that we can do also is how we bring this story when we are combining sources that are already there, right? And there is a lot of sources that we can use to explore the gender and environmental aspects. For example, what is the right scale at what we should be studying some issues? And what we meant the scale is this a neighborhood story? Is this a larger, a province story? Is this a national issue? What is the scale in which a phenomenon happens, right? Is this something that is, for example, pollution? Is this depending on the pollution that we're talking, right? For example, air pollution travels a lot. But then if we have a soil pollution, usually it's a more located issue. So in that case, for example, what we need to understand is in what scale women are more prone depending on the environmental phenomenon that we have in place, right? So we need to understand in what scale we need to put women in place. What is the type of mobility they have? What are the resolutions that we need to understand difference between, for intersectionality, for example? What ethnicities are more exposed to certain type of pollution issues, and therefore what type of scale we need the data and the resolution that it will be better. I think the sample surveys that we have, we many times match the samples that we develop the surveys for depending on the administrative issues, right? So we sample depending on the administrative issues, the administrative boundaries that we have, but actually for many environmental problems, those administrative samples don't work. We actually need to follow other types of boundaries, for example, the water basins, or we need to follow the forest boundaries and things like that. I know that I run out of time. We need to change actually the way that we have this series complete in order to change data indicators in order to reflect better the needs and contribution of women and environment. We know that we cannot keep collecting data on mortality and morbidity impacts of climate the way that we have been doing for a lot of time, because actually they don't reflect the difference by gender or even by sex. So these are the type of things that we usually in the statistics office we see that they want to keep the comparability over time, but this is one in which we'll break that comparability over time because it's not serving us well. So I'm going to stop here, but if you want to talk to me about this issue, I will be happy to do it because I run out of time.
Thank you so much, Landy. Based on where we are with time at this point, we're going to ask you to talk with our presenters over lunch, and we're hoping to preserve some of your lunch time. So much appreciate you following up with the presenters. And so at this point, I want to thank our hosts as well as all of the presenters for their excellent content that they've shared. And I'll turn it back to Jamie to lead us through the Mentimeter. But first, let's give everyone a round of applause.
Thank you so much. Now, just as a reminder, one of the outcomes of this conference that we want to organize is a call to action. And in order for us to do this, we do need your feedback and your inputs into setting the priorities for it. So if I can please ask for us to share the Mentimeter code on the screens. We'll wait here for a minute so everyone has time to scan the code or join www.menti.com and enter that code 75867093. This Menti is of course available to everyone here in the room as well as anyone that is joining us on the live stream. Once we hold here for just a little bit longer so everyone can access, we'll move into the question. So. Everyone good, or does anyone need an extra couple seconds? Okay, looks like we're good. Okay, so if we can please share the Menti, that will be great. Thank you. So here our question is, what is a key enabler to improve the production and availability of data on gender and the environment? And I'm going to read the selections out so the translators can also translate this, and also in case the screen is difficult to see. One of the choices, choice number 1 is increased investment. Number 2 is capacity building. Number 3 is methodological guidelines. Number 4 is enhanced political will. Number 5 is integrate different data sources. And number 6 is to strengthen partnerships. So we'll leave the screen on for a little bit. Okay, so it looks like it's slowing down. So as we leave this up to continue to let people to input their selection, we'll just run through a quick few logistics. So we're gonna break for lunch now, and we thank you so much for bearing with us. It's been such a rich conversation. We know we're a little over schedule. So what we'll do is break and ask everyone to aim to return around 2:15. Our goal is to restart the conference sharply on time at 2:30. So that provides hopefully plenty of time for everyone to take a break, take a walk, see the lunch selections that are out in the venue space, have conversations with one another, including our esteemed panelists about data collection. And again, if I can ask that everyone starts returning to this room at 2:15 so we can start promptly at 2:30, that will be much appreciated. Thank you, everyone.
Started from the video. The video also make started emotion.
Oh, yeah.
Shouldn't play the video.
Get back to the whatever we thought, and yeah, and the
potentially.
Yeah, just put it on.
Are on a time difference. I hope we found some caffeine. We have a very exciting final session for this afternoon. If you're just joining us, my name is Katie Tobin, and I work at WeDo, one of the co-organizers of this conference. So, session 3, welcome to session 3, Bridging the Gaps. Does technology, innovation, non-official data hold any promise? Important question, and there's a lot packed in there. We're really looking at kind of the whole range of non-official data and how we can make some of it official, maybe, or how we can best use it. So for our moderator for this panel, we have Sara Duarte Valero, who we heard from this morning. Sara is the Regional Advisor on Gender Statistics at UN Women. She leads UN Women's work on gender and environment, as you may have gathered. She's also one of the main architects of this conference and the reason that we're all here today. Before UN Women, Sara worked at various UN agencies, including the Statistics Division, the Economic Commission for Asia and the Pacific, and UNESCO. So Sarah, over to you, and I'd like to invite the panelists for session 3 to join Sarah up here at the panel. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Katie. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you found some food somewhere. We heard, and maybe this is just an FYI for tomorrow, we heard that there's a room next door with lots of food, so good to know. So yeah, so I'll just wait for the panelists to join me here. So I'm very excited to be moderating this session this afternoon. So this morning we heard a lot about what we mean by gender and the environment. And we heard about what are some of the data sources that we already have and how can we make it work, right, to create gender and environment statistics. This afternoon we're going to be talking about technology, innovation, and non-conventional data sources and how all of this can be used to fill some of these gaps. So I have an amazing panel around me. So let me start by introducing them. So we're missing one panelist, but hopefully she'll come soon. In the meantime, we will introduce the rest. So we have to my left, Sophia Hoyer from CGIAR. Next to her is Ekaterina Polishuk from UNEP. To my right, we have Haley Campbell from Care About Climate. And then we have Bernie Yokogandiano, human rights defender from FPER. Yeah. So please welcome them with a round of applause. So I will start perhaps with I'll introduce Sophia. So Sophia is a gender and social inclusion leader for the CGIAR program. She participated in the recent UN Women Expert Group meeting, Gender Equality in a Changing Climate, and has written extensively on gender and climate issues. Sophia held a Fulbright Fellowship at the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University in 2000 and has a PhD from York University in Toronto. Next to her, Ekaterina is a statistician in the SDG and Environment Statistics Unit of UNEP. She has 13 years of experience in the National Statistical System of Belarus. In 2021, she joined UNEP, where she continues to work on the system of environmental and economic accounting, which is very good because we need gender in the CAP, so that's great. She works on environmental SDG indicators and other relevant indicators covering biodiversity, climate change, and waste areas. Then to my right, we have Hailey, who is a champion for youth inclusion and gender justice in gender justice and a future where all the communities are empowered to take climate action. As co-executive director of Care About Climate, Hailey creates climate education and training programs to empower young people with skills and the confidence to make an impact in climate policy spaces. Care About Climate's flagship program empowers young women to understand gender and climate in their country context and provide recommendations for strengthening gender justice. In addition, Hailey is a community organizer as well as a climate adaptation specialist for the city and county of Honolulu, Hawaii. And last but not least, we have Bernie. Bernie is an Indigenous women's rights defender who works with Indigenous women's organizations at the Cordillera region in the Philippines since 1990. Her experience on Indigenous women's rights in relation to broader women's and people's rights expanded by using platforms of climate justice, food sovereignty, peace, sustainable development, and development justice. For the last 10 years, she has been involved in feminist participatory trainings, including feminist participatory action research of grassroots women in Asia and the Pacific through the Asia-Pacific Forum on Women, Law, and Development. She volunteers to local and national Indigenous women's organizations while serving as a chairperson of the board of BAI, Indigenous Women's Network of the Philippines. So you will agree with me that we have a fabulous panel here with us. We're still missing our panelists from Fiji, which we hope will join shortly. So in the meantime, I think we can just begin by looking at some of the available possible solutions to fill gender and environment data gaps that are perhaps not the most traditional solutions in this regard, right? So I'll begin by asking a question to Sophie, if that's okay. As you heard this morning, UN Women's latest estimates around how climate change is going to affect gender equality, and particularly women's poverty and food security, are pretty dire, right? So 236 million more women and men are going to be food insecure, for instance, by 2050. So I know, Sophie, that you have been working extensively to generate gender and climate hotspot maps, which is fabulous, I think, for any kind of local level planning, so that you can really pinpoint where the problem is, right? So can you tell us maybe a little bit more about these maps, how you put them together, what kind of data you use, is it quantitative, qualitative? You know, it would be really nice to understand that. Thank you.
Can someone put my PowerPoint up on the screen? It has some of the maps. While it's going up, what I'm talking about today is, here we go, gender and climate change vulnerability hotspot mapping in Africa. And Africa has been the region where we have been piloting and testing this, methodology the first, but we think it has implications for, other regions. Next slide, please. So the goal, could you click on to get to the next, to fill that box? Sorry, can you? Oh, it's not coming through. Okay. So the goal, it's not an empty box. Can we go back? Yeah, apologies for that. But the goal of this exercise is, as mentioned, to use both qualitative and quantitative data to generate, to fill in the gaps. We're all aware of the gaps there are around gender and environment. They're also around gender and food security, gender and climate, gender and energy. And so this methodology is a way of plugging in some of those gaps to help policies understand the key locations, the key sectors, and actions for responding to climate risks and climate impacts on people in rural areas, but also in urban areas. So this presentation will highlight the pilot we did in Rwanda a couple of years ago to look at how we can see the differences between the subnational districts in Rwanda around planning, and to provide information for planning and programming around climate resilience and vulnerability and support to people in need. It's a way of using spatial priority setting and targeting, and in the use of maps to be able to indicate visually as well as in data where areas of concern are, where areas of greatest risk are, and can be a way of opening the door to looking at related gender issues in the subnational and the national context. Next slide, please. So we started at a very high level with support from the African Development Bank to do this mapping for Africa. And what we did was we identified 3 indicators that would look at climate issues, but also at gender issues. And so they were the percentage of agricultural land under climate risk, either for droughts or high temperatures, the percentage of women in the agricultural labor force, and then the ranking of a country on the Gender Inequality Index to see what risk factors might be involved. And what you see then is this very preliminary, and it's not the mapping we want to see, but this is what we came up with in terms of 3 or 4 indicators. But the problem, so the red areas are areas where there is significant climatic risk. And other areas have less. But of course, Algeria does have climate risk. And so part of our problem was the availability of data that was comparable across countries. And we've talked about that this morning as well. And so we needed a different approach. And so can we go to the next slide now, please? And so now we focus on a country by country basis. So this is our gender and climate hotspot mapping in Rwanda, where we actually took 4 sets of data in which there was data available within the country and comparable on a district by district basis. So if you look at the top left top left, the exposure map. The indicators for exposure are percentage of temperature increase, reduction of precipitation, and increase in dry days. And so you see the blue, in the blue areas, that's the least risk of exposure because that's very, they get a lot of rain there. And we actually found some other findings in the qualitative analysis, which was that the risks there are not about dryness or drought or lack of rain, but too much rain and landslides and destruction of infrastructure, including clean water. So that was where the qualitative survey and analysis came into effect. On the top right, when we're looking at sensitivity, the indicators used for that were percentage of agricultural land in use, the proportion of agricultural households in the population, and the rate of women's participation in agriculture. And so you see the maps are different, right? They change in terms of agricultural use and trends and gender trends in agriculture. So red, again, are the areas of the greatest vulnerability or exposure. On the bottom right-hand side, you see vulnerability index, which is assessing changes in temperature, rainfall, and dry, wet days. So not dryness so far, but similar in terms of changes in temperature and the numbers of dry and wet days. So the changes in weather. And then the bottom left is adaptive capacity. So what is the capacity that the population has to adjust or take advantage of resources to adjust to climate impacts, and particular women's ability. And the indicators we used for that were women's health, women's income levels, and their education status. And so what you see in this set of maps is a set of data that's available in the country, comparable across districts, which enables us, even though some of the data is not as fine-tuned as ideally you would like, it's enough to give you a general sense of where the trouble areas are, where the vulnerable populations are, and what the key climate risks in the country are. So if we move to the next slide, this is the composite slide of all of those maps. So pulling them all together and laying the data on top of each other, you find that the area of most severe risk is the far eastern area in terms of rain, as well as terms of percentage of women in agriculture, and percentage of households in agriculture, and drought. And so on the qualitative side, what we know is that that part of the country is suffering from increased drought. This is what the farmers were telling us. And then on the left, you see that really once you factor in some of these other issues, rainfall may not be a problem in the western districts, but obviously there are other issues as well that are affecting the ability of communities to recover. And really, even in the areas of very low vulnerability, we did find that the poorest were still affected by access to clean water, by landslides, by destruction to their villages. But this gives policymakers at one glance, understanding of the trends in the country, of some of the major issues and some of the major areas of concern. So can we turn to the next slide, please? So that was the data side of things. So that was all data that was available at the national level, collected by the different national ministries. But what we did as well was we did a series of qualitative research as well, including we worked with the ministries and the official departments in the country on collection and analysis of data. So that's how we chose the indicators in terms of what the country policymakers and decision makers felt were the key climate issues, the priority issues. So in this respect, it was agriculture, rainfall, dryness. The next level of analysis in Rwanda will be around energy issues as well, but this was their main concern. We also talked to civil society, so research institutes, civil society organizations, development partners as well, to get their understanding of some of the key issues for women around climate change. So for example, we found out from a youth organization representative that one of the important issues for women in urban areas in Rwanda was that they didn't necessarily have access to information on climate change. And so they didn't know what was happening, they didn't know how to deal with it. And then there were other issues such as lack of ability to buy an air conditioner. to deal with the increased heat. So we found all of these very useful kind of anecdotal information that we could use to inform our overall analysis. And then we also had interviews with cooperatives, with women farmers, focused group discussions with cooperatives and community members that were, again, very informative in a way. And this is how we found out that landslides were affecting water quality in some communities. And that the kind of the erosion was also even just driving through these areas where we went to meet with the community members, we saw the effects of erosion. And that kind of thing you cannot necessarily glean from data, from quantitative analysis. So we are expanding this research now to 3 other countries in Africa, Kenya, Botswana, and Uganda. And we are building on this qualitative methodology to ensure participatory action research with focus groups, continuing to use key informant interviews and observations. We're using the Gender SIGA framework in one case in Uganda, daily time activity diaries that have been talked about before, and so forth. I was going to say something and I lost it, so when it comes back, I'll tell you. So next slide, please. One of the important aspects of this methodology is to work with the government ministries involved in understanding the issues and in generating and collecting these statistics. So for each of the 3 countries that we're now working with, we had a regional training for the national gender and climate change focal points and experts, so not just governmental, to discuss the framework. And that's where the key indicators are discussed, the key issues of focus, the key climate impact areas for women, key sources of data are assessed and the indicator framework developed. So in each country it's slightly different. One of the things that we've started to discuss in Uganda is, what does gender empowerment look like? What kind of indicators would you collect if you were looking at gender empowerment in relation to climate impacts? And so that goes into things like decision making at different levels, even access to information, and so forth. Next slide, please. So I'd like to invite you to attend the panels on the 3 other countries that will be held over the next few days. There will be, the Uganda work will be presented in the Uganda Pavilion, the Kenya Pavilion, and Botswana Pavilion on those days and times. And look forward to hearing what you think of this, whether it works for you, and hope that you can give some inputs as well to the national teams. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sophie. Yeah, maybe a round of applause.
Thank you. I think that's really interesting, especially because you're combining, the official statistics with also data that's really coming straight from the ground. So that's really powerful. So, kind of related, but a little bit different is what Bernie does, right? So through your work, Bernie, you have really underscored the importance of women's experiences and women's knowledge and how this can really help fill some of these data gaps that we currently have, right? So it would be great to hear a little bit about some of the work that you do in this regard, but my question really is feminist participatory action research, where is it most critical? Where is it absolutely needed, right? So if you can tell us, you think it's most critical at the design stage of an analytical piece, or at the implementation, or data collection, or use, or all of them, obviously, but I don't know if you have any insights for us in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we go to the first slide? Okay, that's the next. The next slide, please. Okay. So all stages of feminist participatory action research, or FPAR, is important because the stages are interconnected. Each stage plays a critical role for the other stages. The stages I am referring to is the cycle of planning, action, observation, and analysis, and reflection. Data collection falls in the stage of action. In FPAR, all stages are made participatory, empowering, and transformative. While it is a cycle of stages, it is not linear. It allows co-researchers to backtrack to a previous stage when needed. Big data and those generated with the support of technology, for example, GIS, are definitely useful. On the other hand, they can be overwhelming. They can come as complicated monsters to the common women and communities. For this data to be appreciated and become relevant to the women and other marginalized gender identities and their communities, it is vital to emphasize on 5 I's. The first I would be ignite. It is essential to ignite the awareness of grassroots women, other marginalized gender identities, and their communities on the presence of various data sources. It is a gap when they are not aware that there are various data sources, be conventional or non-conventional data sources that they can make use of to complement their primary data sources, meaning their own stories and evidence that they have produced. The next I is inform. They are informed on the power of data and access of this data. This data should be presented in the most simple and digestible format for laypersons. The next I is interrogate. They are empowered, so they here is women, other marginalized gender identities and their communities, are empowered to interrogate on the approach and methods data are generated and the utilization of this data. They are also able to demand for the continuing free, prior, and informed consent if data was taken from ancestral territories or from their communities. The next I would be illuminate. Their queries about the data are enlightened, and their participation in generating, using, and analyzing the data is facilitated. The use and analysis of this data should matter to their everyday realities and survival. The analysis and use of this data should strive to fulfill their aspirations. And finally, the final I would be inspire. They take part in utilizing this data in driving actions that transform systems and institutions, mindsets and practices that perpetuate and reinforce inequalities and injustices. In other words, data, whether these are generated conventionally or non-conventionally, are utilized to shift and share power. The 5 I's are guided by Feminist Participatory Action Research Principles. The third slide. I hope it was, the third. Okay, the slide after this. Sorry. The third slide after this. The 5 I's are guided by FPAR principles that have been truly useful for grassroots women's organizations that have seriously used FPAR as a transformative and gender-just approach and tool across Asia and the Pacific, not only for the purpose of surfacing and analyzing the nexus of gender and environment data, but on broader and other aspects of development justice in relation to gender. 1. The purpose of research is to bring about structural change. These are the changes that women identify as critical in their enjoyment of human rights, in realizing development justice that include environmental and climate justice, and social and gender justice that strives for the redistribution of power, wealth, resources, and opportunities. Next principle is data and analyze data. Amplify. Okay, can you go back to the previous slide? Yeah. Data and analyze data amplify women's voices. Research gives voice to women as the experts and authors of their own lives and policy decisions. It strategically places them as co-researchers and experts and promotes them into policy dialogues. Another principle is any research is owned by the community. No research is meaningful without the involvement of women and their communities, without taking into account their perspectives and actions for solutions. The next principle is free, prior, informed consent of all participants is prioritized in FPAR. Next is research. Next principle is research builds capacity of all. FPAR involves capacity building and learning that inspires collective and political actions involving all players in the research. Next principle, research is aimed in shifting and sharing power. It seeks to reconstruct traditional power imbalances, challenging and shifting gendered sources of personal, political, and structural power. Next principle, research takes an intersectional approach. This is in recognition of the diversity of identity and experiences of discrimination, exclusion, and marginalization and power. Next principle, research fosters movement building and collective actions. Any research process should be seen as a collective process that strengthens solidarity and accountability for long-term structural change. And finally, but not the least, safety, care, and solidarity with the co-researchers is essential. The gaps or the continuing gaps on data and data analysis, the next slide please, is when the women, other gender identities, and the people are not forefronted as the owners and the change makers. Their proposals for solutions to nurture a habitable and sustainable planet and future continues to be neglected. And data is used to leave women and the 99% of peoples far behind, with the topmost 1% persisting to deplete the Earth's resources with impunity and without regard for accountability. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bernie. And this is a very, for me as a statistician, a very different perspective, right? Like we don't usually get to hear this kind of perspective, so that's really great to hear. I think I'm going to switch things around and ask a question to Katrina now, if that's okay. Because we've been hearing a lot about, so first, some of the official statistics mixed with, grassroots information, and now some more focus on like participatory action research, right? But let's now turn to really the technology side of things, right? So I want to ask Ekaterina, as a UN agency that works on environment data and on environment issues, really, what kind of institutional challenges did you have to make to leverage on new data sources? So is there any considerations in using data that comes from, either citizen-generated data or non-conventional data sources, big data, AI, etc. So what are some of the considerations in using these emerging data and emerging tools?
Thank you, Sarah. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm very pleased to be here today with you and to participate in this important and challenging discussion. Official statistics recognize that non-traditional data sources are becoming increasingly demanding. Statistical experience shows that traditional data sources are often more expensive and slow, while non-traditional data sources can be cheaper and faster. We just need to understand how to use them. As an international organization collecting and reporting environment statistics, we in UNEP strive to be sustainable and transparent. This requires appropriate specialists, developed methodologies, and cleared metadata for indicators. Using non-traditional data sources and new technologies, we try to provide the methodology and reflect everything in the metadata for the relevant indicators. 5 years ago, UNEP, in close collaboration with IUCN, defined 22 SDG indicators from a gender and environment perspective. In developing this set, criteria such as feasibility, internationally agreed methodologies and surveys were considered. At the same time, the recommended SDG indicators are mainly demographic or social in nature. None of them is under UNEP custodianship. Time shows that we need to move forward, take a deeper look at environmental indicators and try to understand how a gender perspective affects environmental policy and management. Thus, my colleagues are currently working on indicator integrated water resource management, SDG 651, and on the progress toward gender objectives in water resources management. For example, in 2021, 85 countries, or 50%, reported limited or no achievement of gender objectives in water resources management. The next report will be available in early 2024. Gender information may also be collected for some other SDG indicators under UNEP custodianship. For example, the number of companies publishing sustainability reports, SDG 1261, developed using artificial intelligence, or the beach litter indicator, SDG 1411B, based on citizen science data, can also be analyzed from a gender perspective, from a perspective of who carries out this activity. We plan to focus on this work starting in 2024. I fully support the idea that new technologies and non-traditional data sources have huge potential in closing gender environment data gaps for effective monitoring and implementation of global, regional, and national commitments. Since the online space has become an important place for sharing information, this space cannot be ignored. Any environmental activity reflected in the online space can be analyzed using artificial intelligence. Of course, we must be careful remembering about quality assurance. There are a lot of limitations that should be taken into account, such as limited access to the internet, age groups of internet users, language, and others. But definitely, those methods of data collection should be recognized as methods with great potential. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you raise a few very important points that hadn't kind of come up in the conversation today yet, around the issue of like, okay, official versus non-official data producers, how do we work together, and how do we also leverage non-official statistics to perhaps turn them into official statistics, right? So that's a very kind of like interesting path to take forward. So maybe we'll come back to you on the question session. But I would like first to ask Kylie, right? So we know data can have a lot of power for activism. And in the context of advocating for the environment, unfortunately, gender data is rarely available. So we know that we have some solutions, right? So we've heard about, you know, integrating feminist participatory action with official statistics. We've heard about utilizing geospatial information. We've heard about utilizing non-conventional data sources, machine learning, and so on, in order to fill data gaps, right? So what are your suggestions to improve data uses for activism, and how do you see the role that innovation can play in filling these gaps? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me and for everyone else that spoke. It's really nice to hear so many amazing examples of people leading the way on, you know, data and climate, and exciting to see a lot of synergies too with the work that I'm about to talk about as well. So it's nice to hear that we're on the same page as well. But yeah, the way that we think about data at Care About Climate specifically is that it is generally a form of evidence, right? We think about data in our everyday lives, right? Weather is data. You check the weather to see what you're going to wear, and in the same way that informs, you know, the rest of your day. And so when we're thinking about data and activism, I recently learned actually about the term data activism as its own term, and this is really the idea that data can be, or data activism rather, is political in nature, right? Much like activism tends to be, right? And this is important because data can mobilize movement, it can mobilize women or young people or me. You know, I'm here today because of, you know, different data statistics that encouraged me to get involved, and I didn't see a lot of people like me in this space. And I leaned into other women who taught me and brought me along as well, which I'm really thankful for. It can also help you speak the same language as governments, and that's really important because often, as you heard at the end of my bio, I do also work in local government, and we tend to lean into a lot of what is the data telling us, and that data can be observational data from communities, it can also be statistics, it can also be things that are missing that we don't have, but we're hoping we kind of go down the right path for. And I think a good example of that rather is at Care About Climate, we engage in data activism. Something that we're working on is a tracker for NDCs, nationally determined contributions, that empowers young women and feminists to analyze their own country's NDC from a gender and youth inclusive perspective lens. So we're basically creating data, but we're creating this data, or not we, rather, the young people and women and feminists are creating this data that we're empowering. They're creating this data that they can use as a tool for activism in their community to increase gender and youth inclusion in their country's NDCs, which is really critical, right, this year with the global stocktake and the next round of NDCs that are upcoming. And so what's really exciting is because it is women and feminist led and it's owned by them and they get to shape what it is that they believe that their country should be doing better to include people like them in their NDCs, in their implementation processes. And what we're finding is it's not just about the numbers, as we've heard today. It's not just about what the actual data point maybe holds. It also is about the process of how that data was collected, or who was there, who wasn't there when that data was collected, and if it truly is representative of the communities that are saying they're being represented in plans like NDCs. And often this ends up revealing things like inequalities that tend to lead to observations that then lead to hopefully actions, as we're hearing from before as well from Bernie. And so what we're really excited about is young people through our NDC Equity Tracker have the chance to create recommendations as a tool of data activism to say, hey, my country and these other countries, none of them are talking about women in a meaningful way. And here's how we think that it should be. But that could look different for, I'm from the United States, from my country, as it could look from Bernie from the Philippines, right? It could look very different on what that means to people. And when it comes to innovation, the way we see it as innovation is not necessarily just the outcome, it really is the process of how you got there. And that doesn't necessarily mean that it's always going to be something new, always going to be something disruptive. At its core, innovation is doing something differently than the way we've done it before, right? And for us at Care About Climate, that's this new NDC Equity Tracker, right? Empowering women with capacity and knowledge to be an advocate for change. But it also means that we can look back to a lot of our indigenous wisdom and leaders that have, taken ideas or challenges and turned them into solutions that really are critical for fighting the climate crisis that we know are critical. And so it sometimes also means looking back and reflecting on what has previously worked and figuring out how we can make that work again. That could also be innovation. And so kind of the way that we're saying that we talk about it is if you want to innovate on a new solution, then often you can't always rely on data on an existing solution. Your solution might not be there yet, but you can use that data to help inform something new. And so what are the ways that we can better use data? One, I think, is having more collaboration. A lot of people are producing data, qualitative and quantitative data. Having better collaboration to make sure that we don't have to repeat work and that the right people are talking to the right people to make sure that we're building our capacities, that climate impacts are being addressed, and all the different needs of, in this context, gender needs are being met for the communities in need. And secondly, we also need to use data as a means of empowerment and education. Data is really our tool in our giant toolbox of things that we need to tackle the climate crisis, but we need to be able to do it together. We need to be able to do it non-traditionally and faster and cheaper. And we also need to be able to do it in a way that works for women and girls and the people that are going to be most impacted by the climate crisis, but also those that hold a lot of the solutions.
Thank you so much. I think that was kind of like a perfect intervention to almost summarize what everybody else said, because one connecting thread that I see through this session is that everybody's sort of talking about partnerships and the importance of partnerships, right? Either directly on it or indirectly. Like if we're using different forms of data, likelihood is they come from different producers, and therefore there is a need to kind of like coordinate and create these partnerships, right? So I would like to maybe ask a follow-up question around this, right? So I'll just give you an example. When we, as in UN Women, have done analysis utilizing geospatial information, applying machine learning, to identify what are some of the climate variables that affect women and girls disproportionately, we see very clear kind of like results, really clear connections between climate and gender outcomes, right? However, even though we produce these analyses using official statistics, we find that national decision makers are often limited in being able to use this data to actually make decisions because it's an external source, there's not necessarily ownership from within the country and so on. So my question is, would partnerships solve this issue? And what kind of partnerships do you all think would be useful to kind of like leverage these non-conventional data sources a little bit more, right, to really fill some of these gender and environment data gaps? So I'll give the floor perhaps to Katrina to begin.
Thank you for this question. I have a scenario maybe. First of all, my general recommendation is language. To understand each other, we need to find the right language. And the idea is that in general, more or less, and statisticians are quite happy with what they have, and I know because I'm a statistician for the past 20 years, including my university. And sometimes, unfortunately, we are blind. Because we are so happy with our standards and frameworks that are internationally agreed and approved that we don't believe in any other sources that are around. But at the same time, believe me, we are not so stubborn as you are as well, you are a statistician. And everything is possible. And what I recommend, and today I'm in UNEP, and UNEP is not a statistical organization at all. So I'm like sometimes quite lonely, in my huge organization, and I have a lot of friends, statisticians around UNEP. But in UNEP, I need to find a language how to talk to my colleagues. So the idea is that I need to use their language. And with my colleagues in UNEP, I need to be less statistical and sometimes a bit more general and more about actions and show how data can inform their actions. So when you talk to, and we have an opposite situation, we want to talk to statisticians and we want to ask them to use the new data sources. So in this case, my recommendation, try to use their language, and believe me that it's quite easy to find. For example, I think this handbook for national statistical systems is a, let's say, statistical Bible for 1,000 pages. That was revised by UNSD last year. And the very big guidance for all statisticians how to work. And you will find this recommendation there that more and more non-traditional data sources should be used because of several reasons. You will find like pluses and minuses for different data sources there, and definitely our traditional data sources like surveys or census are very good because of their very high quality, but they're sometimes too expensive and too slow. So the idea is that we need to show pluses of these new data sources. And one more important point, we need to prove or to show that quality is important and quality is in place. And we can work with this quality and we can find ways how to integrate these new data sources to get official statistics in the end of this way. So quality and language frameworks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think that's great. Maybe Haile, would you like to offer your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. I agree that, as I mentioned before, the reason that we do some of the work that we do at Care About Climate is to empower young people, young feminists, to be able to speak the same language as their governments when they're thinking about what does activism mean to them and what do they want to see change in their policy or in their community. And I think to the point of, would partnerships help solve or better leverage closing these data gaps? 100%. I think oftentimes a lot of the data is maybe out there, whether it's in the form of qualitative or quantitative data is a different question, but I think a lot of that data is there, or at least at the very least a lot of the lived experiences are there, and those should be seen as enough to promote or foster change, rather than waiting to say, well, this drought happened 5 times, so now we're going to be concerned about it, when really people have been observing and suffering from drought for 10 years before that, but only now reached the data threshold to be of concern for some people. And so I think partnerships to help bridge those gaps between those who are the statisticians seeing the data, but also those living the everyday experiences of the people behind the numbers, that's kind of what I always lean into. Is it's not, when you see a number, often it's people's lives, livelihoods, communities that are all behind that statistic and that number. And when you can bridge the gap through partnerships to see what those people's lived experiences are, then maybe we can have an easier time at bridging those gaps, because those people will also know what they need as the solutions more than just the number alone. And so I think it's about both, is kind of informing the data, but then also that data informing the solutions in community with everyone. And I think there's a lot of great people that are doing this work, so I definitely think that partnerships are really critical, but they should be localized and contextual where possible.
Thank you so much for bringing up that dimension, right, of the local level, grassroots level partnership. So, Vernie, I don't know if you want to add something on this front. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so, collaboration or partnership, and then, well, in addition to that would also be capacity building is very important, because when communities and are empowered, or are able to build their capacity to do this from collecting data or information, analyzing and utilizing this data, then that's very important. And that's what I was saying a while ago of like sharing, of shifting the power and sharing the power, because the data is seen as a source of power, and then as a source of power. At the same time that when their capacity, when they have the capacity to do this one, and it strengthens actually the ownership of the data.
Thank you so much. Okay, so finally over to Sophie. Sorry, go for it.
Just to pick up a little bit on your comments on the feasibility of census, more census, disaggregated census, increased national level data. I think it's just not going to happen. Certainly not the sex disaggregation of it, not to any real extent, because it costs a lot of money, and governments are not, I don't think there's the same level of political will to really do this in a rigorous way and across the country. So I have 2 suggestions for that. One is partnerships with non-governmental organizations that can collect data, representative data as sampling, not necessarily nationwide. Research organizations, community organizations. It's incredible to see that this survey was done across Tonga. So let me just shout out to Tonga for that amazing gender and environment survey. But that's not really going to happen in a lot of other countries, unfortunately. But that kind of work can be done in a representative way in selected communities that are representing different groups in the country. And we do this all the time, especially around gender issues, as we pick pilot or sample communities to do some of this research on, and to kind of fill in some of the gaps. The other thing to say is that one of the things we're finding with the hotspot mapping is that climate ministries, environment, climate, whatever, don't really talk to gender ministries in the government. And I think that's probably also true in the research community and maybe even in the advocacy community. So they're developing two different sets of data and two different maybe approaches to assessment of climate impacts. And bringing them together, you don't even need, if you can overlap those two, the different approaches, then maybe you can coordinate some sort of kind of gendered results or gendered understanding. As well, we're finding, that bringing together the different groups, I won't say parties in this context, but bringing together the different representatives of the different groups and getting them to actually look at each other's data and issues and sectors and priorities can help to inform both sides, and that still needs to happen, I think, at a significant level. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I agree with you. So very important to kind of like bring all those factors together. I would say though, on the surveys, I have to disagree because actually we have collected the data already in 4 countries. We have 3 more countries in line for Q1 next year, and we have overwhelming demand from a lot of other countries. So hopefully you're wrong, but yeah. But I mean, it is a huge undertaking, and the team in Tonga can let you know about that because it is a huge undertaking, right? You have to go through many ecological regions and very remote areas and so on. But yeah. Anyway, sorry to digress. So yeah, I mean, I think like we had really, really good insights from our panelists. I want to now open the floor to see if we have any questions from the floor. So I see that we have 45. Please go ahead.
Hello, I'm Carol from Panama. I will make my question in Spanish, so it will be more easy for me to express myself. Me gustaría conocer qué recomendaciones de metodologías para poder recolectar datos, más allá de lo que mencionaban sobre las encuestas, que pueden ser un poco complicadas para ciertos países, que nos puedan dar pues, esas herramientas, cómo lo podemos utilizar o por lo menos dónde se pueden encontrar, porque mencionaban también la necesidad de fortalecimiento de capacidades. Pero no podemos hablar de fortalecimiento de capacidades si tampoco sabemos como cuáles son esas opciones que tenemos afuera para poder manejar la información. Y mi segunda pregunta o comentario podría ser en la manera de cómo podemos trabajar con los activistas de las distintas... sí, yo entiendo que podría ser en la parte como de género y la parte ambiental, pero también entendemos de que este tema es un tema transversal. Entonces se puede ver mucho, por lo menos en el tema de cuidado y demás, de qué forma podemos trabajar con ellos para poder mejorar el fortalecimiento de capacidades, como para que puedan también comprender sobre los datos, cómo poder recolectar mejor los datos y poder trabajar en conjunto con los gobiernos. Es una realidad que en muchos países pueden verse la parte de la institucionalidad, el hecho de que las personas creen en las instituciones, pero es importante también comprender de que las instituciones y los sectores de la sociedad, en especial los activistas, de alguna forma tienen que trabajar en conjunto para poder llegar a mejores resultados. Entonces, ¿de qué maneras podríamos como empezar a crear ese nexo, ese acompañamiento para poder mejorar el hecho del trabajo en conjunto? Gracias.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to collect a few questions first, and then we'll give the floor to the panel to respond. So next is number 75.
Everyone, first of all, thank you very much for this opportunity to raise our voices in the framework of COP28 regarding the consideration of environment data from gender perspective. I would like really to highlight the need of disaggregated data. As you may know, in the same country, we can have some areas, some regions that are suffering more than others in the same country. So this is why the census is very important. We listened this morning to Tanzanian experience. It is very important having such model on climate change and environment data, but also we can have from this perspective ideas about the other questions. For example, migration, the reasons of migration. For example, the climate change, women are suffering from this reason in this regard. So, first of all, the census. The second idea is the specific surveys. You know, for environment data is very complicated. It involves many partners at national level. And sometimes we need to have and to conduct specific surveys. I know that it is very expensive, but it's very important. To respond to territorial level, regional level, we can, the opportunity having specific surveys, but at regional level could be not so expensive that for national level, but it could very source to enlighten decision makers at regional level. I think this dimension of disaggregated data at geographic level is very important. The other element is the alternative sources. I agree with my colleague who said that statisticians are reticent regarding such practices. This is why I think partnership and sharing experiences between countries are very important. Let's say we worry a lot about the quality of data. So when we know that in other countries and the data are good quality from using alternative sources, it can encourage the countries to experience or to make such experiences. In Morocco, I'm from the National Statistical Office of Morocco, and in Morocco we start using such alternative sources especially for SDGs indicators in the framework of Data for Now initiative, and now we are experiencing some pilots in the framework of our partnership with UN Women also. So this is a very important way to let's say to produce the data needed both at regional and national level. Perhaps another point we have discussed this morning about the production, but I think we can focus also on the access to these data and the use of data. Sometimes the national statistical system produce data is available, but politicians should use such data. So I think this is something to focus on the recommendations, and thank you.
Thank you so much. Just to mention that tomorrow the focus of the day is going to be on the uses, so we'll be talking a lot about this. I'll take one more question for now, number 72, and then we'll give some answers and see how we're doing with time. So number 72, please.
Yes, thank you so much. Mine is more of an intervention. And just to say I really appreciate this panel a lot and the value of partnerships. I work for Kvinna till Kvinna. We're an international women's rights organization. And I think one of the questions that we struggle with is, as a non-environmental actor, how do we play a role in an issue that affects women and girls around the globe that we know affects our partner organizations? So it's the comment is how do we play to our strengths within the women's movement and the feminist movement, and how do we meet people where they're at? Because a lot of women's rights organizations are on the front lines combating environment, combating gender-based violence, all of these things, and they don't necessarily have the time to engage with the researchers, with the policymakers. So can we, as organizations like mine, be intermediaries to collect and harvest that data from them and bring that to the spaces where it can be used. And in that vein, another challenge that we've found in advocating around environmental issues and gender is that qualitative data is not valued. And if we want to be feminist about our research, we need to value qualitative data and the importance that it can have in decision making. But I think oftentimes policymakers are looking for the hard data, and they're not interested in investing. I was on a World Bank panel on the gender environment nexus. I presented a primarily qualitative study in Rwanda on gender and environment, and it was the only qualitative study out of 6 studies presented on the panel, and they were saying, oh wow, we really should use this gray literature more often. But I was really shocked because a lot of them were on issues like child marriage in Malawi, and they hadn't even talked to women's organizations about the experience of someone who has gone through that. So yeah, I think we just need to emphasize the importance of qualitative data, and maybe just to say that the Gender and Environmental Data Alliance, I think, can be a very important connector for organizations like ours and environmental actors, so that we're talking more to each other and making use of the qualitative data we have access to. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think this really speaks to kind of like the connecting thread of this session around partnerships. So that's a really great kind of like question to stop for now. So I would like to ask the speakers to respond to this question. I'm going to throw an additional question of my own, just because I think it's a very important discussion to have, which is about the system of environmental and economic accounts, right? So for those of you in the room that are not statisticians, the system of environmental and economic accounts basically measures the connections between the economy and the environment, right? How the environment helps the economy, and the other way, and how the economy influences the environment, positively or negatively, right? So as an accounting system, there is no gender angle right now in the SIA. I think that's the last mile for all of us advocating for gender and environment data. Ultimately, we want gender to be somehow reflected on environmental accounting, but it's extremely complicated the way the accounting system is set up right now, right? So maybe my question to the panelists is to think outside the box and provide some ideas as to how this could be achieved down the line. We know it's going to take years, but just throwing that out there, because I think it's something that we should all keep in mind, because until that's not happening, we're not really evaluating women's contributions. So again, I don't know if you are all familiar with the system of economic and environmental accounts, and if you're not, you don't have to respond to the question, obviously, but it would be good to hear. Sorry for throwing this wrench, but I think it's an important question to answer. So I'm going to start with Bernie, see if she has answers for any of these questions. Maybe, Hailey, would you want to begin? Yeah.
Sure. There are a lot of really good questions, and I think observations of the challenges is really important too. I definitely have witnessed that working in local government. Sometimes the numbers are there, but we haven't actually talked to the people most impacted, and that is problematic because then we're not creating solutions that are actually meaningful to them. I think the individual from Panama, my Spanish is like medium, so I think I got the last part of your question on hopefully on how to work better with young people, that institutionalized versus not institutionalized ways, maybe, kind of. Okay, great. Or somebody else has a more clear version, you can let me know. But I think when it comes to just maybe generally collaborating better with young people, or really anyone in general in particular, often we're looking for those institutionalized ways to collaborate, not just to advise. A lot of people are coming out with advisory boards and bodies for things, not just to be there to share an opinion that, again, is a piece of advice, right? You can use it or not use it. That's the purpose of advice, right? To actually have a role in decision making, but not necessarily requiring you always to have to be the actual policymaker. That's, of course, the ultimate goal in many places, but that's not the role for everyone. And so when it comes to collaboration, I think that's being more open to partner with, not like, UN Women is great, right? Partner with them, but also partner with like a small local organization that you maybe have never heard of, but does really great work. For example, I think opening the kind of box of who you tend to reach out to partner with, I think is really, really helpful and meaningful. But when you're forming those types of partnerships, something that I've learned by partnering with a lot of Native Hawaiian community members, indigenous people to Hawaii, is opening these collaborations with just wanting to learn more about them, their community, what challenges they face, what things they're excited about in their community. And I think this really works as well for those gender contexts in this case as well of, what are the challenges with gender inequality that people are facing? What are the positives and things that they have seen shift and change, and what contributed to those changes? Was it a policy change, or was it people in their community helping, step up to create changes, or was it both? I think that kind of doing those things in tandem is really critical for, I guess, working better together with different communities. It's just being more open and more vulnerable and less maybe rigid in how we're trying to partner with people. They have to meet certain, requirements, maybe lessen the requirements to be a partner, for instance, I think is often a big barrier that I know we face as a youth organization. Or often we're told we're not a part of a government organization, so we can't partner with the government on things, which is really interesting as well. So I think there are those challenges. And then on the gender and environmental economic accounting system. To be honest, I'm less familiar with this, but I do have a background in ecosystem services from my degree. And I think when it comes to, the gender element is thinking more about how do, women and girls generally maybe use or rely on nature for their economic services differently than men, right? I think that could be an element in breaking that out as a gender lens could be really useful, because we do know that a lot of our farmers around the world or laborers are women, for instance, so they might be getting different benefits or different services from that. But then those services also transcend into family services, so what does that look like as well? I think is really critical, and so trying to maybe be more specific and less broad in how we are accounting could be one way that I'm thinking of off the top of my head. I probably didn't answer all of the questions, but I'll just leave space for somebody else.
Thank you. I think that was a great answer, so thank you so much for that. Sophie, please.
Thank you. I don't have too much to say about statistics, so I'll leave that to our statistics colleague. Just a couple of comments on, how do you, the value of qualitative data, the value of non-kind of official data collection is a really thorny issue, I think, and I don't have any clear resolution for that, but I agree that, working with perhaps intermediary organizations that have some recognition for their data analysis or statistical expertise, or maybe even university statistical departments, feminist economists or statisticians, to bring in those people into this issue of how do you collect data that will be kind of recognized as having validity, and maybe combining the quantitative with the qualitative, or finding a way to represent the qualitative quantitatively, in charts or graphs or diagrams or so forth. So, those are just my very general comments on that, but I agree it's a pressing issue. I'd just like to affirm with our colleague from Monaco the importance of sex disaggregated data on migration, but disaggregated not only by sex but by age. And we have been doing some research on youth migration in different parts of the world, and it needs to also be disaggregated by sex. So for example, in Ethiopia, we found that there was a fairly high rate of migration internally among women, but for women the reasons were different, and for women the reasons were migration for reasons of marriage, whereas for men the immigration was for reason of income. And so if you don't drill down into those differences, the data doesn't really help. It doesn't make that much sense. And I think we're also finding in some regions, we kind of assume, especially in Europe, we assume the young immigrant is a male. But in different regions, young immigrants can be young women going to work in domestic service. And I have been on a plane of young Ethiopian women going off to another region to work in domestic service, being one of 2 white people out of like 300 or 400 young women on the plane. And so this is a huge, huge issue that no one is really, we're not really calculating in statistics, and we're not really taking into account, other than, you know, frankly, I'm from North America, so excuse me, but, you know, this kind of fear of migrants into Europe and I guess into the US as well. We need to really translate that. We really need to break that apart and look at, you know, who's doing the migration for what reasons, rather than just kind of, you know, bringing down the wall. Thanks.
Thank you so much. That's an excellent point. I'll just add, and I 100% agree with you on the migration issue. I think when you, like, we have analyzed climate-related migration, disaster-related migration, and indeed you don't see huge differences by sex for some countries. For some other countries you do. The more interesting story is when you start disaggregating the data, for instance by family composition, because you see, or by household composition, right? Because you see that it is women that typically take the children with them when they migrate, and then they need to find an income and so on. So I fully agree on the importance of, like, you know, adding some nuance to the overall data. Okay, Katrina, thank you.
Some comments from my end. My first comment will be about community and collaboration. So just 2 points. Raise awareness and strengthening collaboration. How we can support, how we can promote, you know, this collaboration between different groups of stakeholders, local, national levels, and so on. First, the topic is quite challenging topic, you know, we understand. And, you know, when we talk about 4 main domains of statistics, like economic, social, demographic, and environmental statistics, usually when countries have at least some issues with economic, quite often they forget about environmental statistics at all. Because they should focus on something that they see now, not in 100 years, temperature will rise +3 degrees Celsius, so on. No. So and gender issue is sometimes okay. When we have economic issues, gender issues are less visible. Again, you know, it's something that we can lose. So awareness is important. Regarding my second comment is about importance of disaggregated data. Definitely. Without any doubts, and if we check, for example, pros and cons of census, we will see that census bring the best disaggregated data. So today we know that statistical offices try to organize, when we talk about population census, every 10 years, if we can do something, even with a lot of administrative data sources. We try to have this population census, super expensive, very difficult. We are looking for ways how to integrate these results with other data sources, but we're still doing census. So I believe that in the future we will stop. And yes, we will improve quality of non-traditional data sources for sure. Big data are around us. And everything is moving. So maybe in 20 years we will be sitting here, I hope maybe in 10, and we will discuss how big data inform us on different areas. But definitely census are important today. And the last comment is about system of environmental economic accounting. And by the way, I have an answer. It's just a thought, you know. Okay, first of all, I want to ask a question about system of national accounts. Have we integrated the gender aspect to the system of national accounts? Definitely not. And system of national accounts is on the top, and system of environmental economic accounting is just a younger cousin, you know. So we take a lot from the system of national accounts. So this discussion should be organized on a bit broader and higher level, yeah. But at the same time, of course, we can propose something from our end. And I'm quite pragmatic in this case, and I think, yeah, we already mentioned ecosystem accounting, but I will recommend to look at a system of environmental economic accounting central framework. This system includes 3 groups of accounts. Some of you know flow accounts, assets accounts, and environmental activity accounts. Flow accounts and assets accounts are mainly about environmental activity, about environmental assets, about nature resources. So it's quite difficult to analyze them from a gender perspective. At the same time, we have environmental activity accounts. And these accounts, I opened my presentation from last week, encompass those economic activities whose primary purpose is to reduce or eliminate pressure on the environment or to make more efficient use of nature resources. These accounts cover environmental protection expenditure, environmental goods and services, environmental taxes and subsidies, permits and license to use environmental assets. I think when we talk about environmental goods and services, we can talk about green, how's in English, working places? How is this? Green
jobs?
Yes, yeah, green jobs or green places. So these aspects easily bring a gender perspective. So this type of accounts are much more human, let's say, yeah? So we can continue this discussion a bit later and maybe focus on something specific that can cover gender perspective. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. That's, again, fabulous suggestions. So thank you so much for that. I want to hand over to Bernie. I know we're over time, so Bernie, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, a few notes from me. Particularly for us who are working directly with the communities, I think it's also very important to, in terms of like methods, it's also very important to look into the use and appreciation for creative alternative methods. Like for instance, it will be very complicated for communities to be to look at the common traditional means of or methods of data collection. So for them, creative methods would include storytelling, timeline, drawings and illustrations, community and resource mapping, different forms of and data, like the stories that we hear, using these methods can actually complement information or data that's brought about by the other methods or traditional methods. And then another note is on the integrating actually what's generated from communities or the citizen-generated data to official data. So usually the data from the communities or generated by different groups, from citizen-generated information are overlooked because they only governments, institutions only acknowledge what is generated by by official by official or recognized methods. And then another one on the system of environment economic accounts. I think we can actually learn from how or the perspective, the views of indigenous peoples, because they do not look at environment and economic and even social differently, but these are very much integrated. So I think that is one perspective that we need to also acknowledge. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I will not try to summarize, the discussions from the panel. They've been too rich, so I think that we'll stop here. Just one comment, because several people have raised this today. where are the resources? Where do I find the methodology? For instance, I think it was the delegate from Morocco. There's some cards on the table at the entrance with QR codes. Please feel free to pick up those cards. The QR code will take you to a list of resources on gender and environment data. So all kinds of things, from reports to survey questionnaires to anything in between. So please feel free. So please join me in thanking our panelists with a round of applause. Thank you so much.
We now are going to have a moment to turn to you to hear through the Mentimeter your reactions, your responses to what we just learned from our colleagues on the panel, and your own inputs to the call to action for this conference. So behind me is a QR code. So if you're just joining us or if you're new to Mentimeter, you can scan the QR code. If that doesn't work, you can also go directly to menti.com and put in 75867093. So we'll leave that up for a sec so you can get that loaded on your phone. Okay, people are mostly looking down. Okay, one more minute with the QR code. Okay, I think we can go to the question. Yeah, we look ready for the question. What kinds of technology, innovation, and non-conventional data do you think should be prioritized? So when we're looking at filling the gender and environment data gaps, what do you think is most important? Geospatial data, online or other big data, remote sensing, machine learning, feminist participatory action research, data integration and small area estimation. If some of these are newer terms to you, you might be biased from what we just heard, but that's totally fine. So please fill in your answers. Not a lot of fans of machine learning here, but really happy to see we're there's a little bit of coalescing around geospatial data, around feminist participatory action research, data integration, and small area estimation. Okay, I think we feel like we've entered our points, yeah? Just wanted to surface one thing that came up from the online participants, and thank you so much to our virtual participants for also joining in the discussion, was really a takeaway around qualitative data. So as we think about non-conventional data, or kind of expanding the scope of what we consider data that should inform policy, I think there's also some work to do in terms of looking at what might already be official data, but just really considering that kind of qualitative and quantitative together, mixed methods, ways that we can make sure that we're getting the full picture. So thanks to those colleagues online for raising that. Okay, we're going to move into our very brief closing. So I'm going to ask my co-MCs to come join me. We're going to do a little bit of a deep dive into the two mentees from earlier, because we displayed the results on the screen, but we didn't unpack them. So we're going to start with some of that analysis there by way of kind of summarizing today, and then we'll talk you through what to expect for tomorrow. So over to Jamie.
Well, thank you again, everyone, for participating in this conference and engaging with us to share information. So as Katie just mentioned, we, of course, had 3 Mentimeters to kind of take in and take stock of your recommendations and your priority areas for us to consider for the call to action. So in the first Mentimeter, we had a discussion and we reviewed all of the submissions that were sent in the open answer period. And essentially, 90% of all the responses really coalesced around one key theme, which is, and thanks to Svenja for actually a very nice way of synthesizing and framing it, that there's a call for a prioritization of data by Indigenous, local, and grassroots actors, data with Indigenous, local, and grassroots actors, and data for Indigenous, local, and grassroots actors. So a real call for ensuring that data information is being produced with and for the benefit of the people who live on the ground and are experiencing especially majority of climate impacts. So thank you for your submissions on the Mentimeter number 1.
Okay, so question number 2, if you remember, was what did you think was more important to really get that data on gender and the environment going, right? So we would have thought all of you would select funding, right? So that's kind of like the usual first thought. But we're surprised that was not the top answer, even though a lot of you did select funding. The top answer was capacity building, which we thought was a very interesting perspective from the room, right? And capacity building can be interpreted in many ways, right? So it can be capacity building for the statisticians to actually understand the gender and the environment kind of like nexus and measure it more consistently. It can be capacity building for the decision makers to really have that leadership to ask the statistical system to produce this data and so on, right? So it would be really interesting to unpack this a little bit more and something that perhaps will come up again tomorrow during our sessions on using the data. So, yeah.
And then we just saw the third Mentimeter, and I think the broad conclusion there is that we need all kinds of data. So obviously, we saw the coalescing around feminist participatory action research, around geospatial, some of the others, but I think we can agree that that question in particular is not really an either or, and we're seeing really the need for a more inclusive and broadened conversation, which is, again, what it is that we're doing here today, and also through the Gender and Environment Data Alliance. And also to the point on resources, if you go to genderenvironmentdata.org, that's JADA's website, and there's a whole section there with resources of our members and work that our consultants have done. So that's another place you can look for these kinds of resources. And then I think Jamie's going to talk us through tomorrow.
Yeah, and just to share a little bit of a logistics for tomorrow. So thank you, everyone. I know today was probably quite challenging in terms of registration and badges, but hopefully we've made it through most of that. We are expecting a higher volume of participants tomorrow just because we're getting closer to the official start. So with that in mind, we have a 9 a.m. sharp start. So we highly encourage that people try to arrive to the venue by 8:30 just to get through security, make sure that everything's smooth, and if anyone has any challenges, to continue messaging us as per usual. We do monitor and make sure that we can support you all. And tomorrow we have 4 sessions. So we have sessions that range from a various number of topics, from linking policies to actions. We have a conversation among Indigenous women of all ages and backgrounds as well. We also have a session on finance, gender responsive data and environment financing. And then we have a call to action session to close us out tomorrow. So again, I want to thank everybody for spending the day with us and for returning tomorrow to spend another day with us. And we hope that this has been very useful. We'll stick around here as well. So in case anyone has feedback, concerns, questions, comments, please do look for us. We respond to everybody that we can, and we're here for you as your co-conveners and session organizers. Thank you.
This is the floor channel. 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 This channel. This is the floor 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 floor channel. This is the 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 floor floor channel. This is the 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 floor floor channel. This is the 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 floor channel.